Good good morning, everybody. Give me 1 second while I send the links. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. This is Best Spy live trading. Today is October 29th, 2025. FOMC rate cut decision day. We have the Fed Chair Jerome Powell press conference at 2:30 p.m. live, and 2 o'clock there will be a decision coming out. S&P 500 futures rise as investors await Fed rate cut decision is the news that we have overnight on CNBC as we come into the day. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Scott. Good morning, Meek. Good morning, Vinny. Good morning, Zach. Good morning, everyone in the WhatsApp group. Good morning, Emma. Good morning, Syed. Good morning, Carlos. Good morning, Gifford, Tunk, DT, Jordan, Shakima, Constantine, Harry, Edison, and Donna. Let's all come in and get ready for the big day ahead. After FOMC today, we have major big cap earnings as well. Apple, Microsoft, and I believe Google. Things were going high into pre-market, and it is slowly showing some sort of pullback out open. QQQs are at 635, new all-time high. We were at 628 yesterday. Now we are, we were at 632. Now we are at 635 on the Qs. SPY, new all-time highs today as well. Good morning, everybody. We are up $1.78 from yesterday. All right. Market is opening in 5 minutes. Let's do a quick legal disclaimer. A legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor. I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information, education, and entertainment purposes only. Time is 9:24. Market is opening in 5 minutes. The VIX is lower. UVIXY. Barely down from yesterday's close, UVIXY. Alrighty. Blue sky territory and market open. Somewhere we have not been before on the SPY QQQ, except IWM. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Aside. Good morning, Nate. Good morning, Carlos. Market opening in a few minutes. The market going to be so volatile during FOMC. What happened last time? During the last FOMC, there was a short squeeze. As soon as he went live, the market pumped up crazy in 2 minutes, and then after that 2 minutes, it went lower, and then it went up, retraced, and then it went lower, made a new LOD, and then it bounced higher, and then it broke the HOD, and then it went and ran So this FOMC, let's see. Last FOMC was robotic too. It was so crazy, right? Deductions were absolutely kind of perfect, right? They were just doing it so easy, going up, confirmed, going lower, confirmed, broke LOD, came up. Like, that was a crazy part, but yeah, wonder how this FOMC will play out. Did the market price the news in, or are we just heading higher into FOMC? That is the question. Let's see. Tesla ran up from yesterday's close as well. At 460, it is at 462.6. Trying lower at pre-market, but that is something. All right, market opening in 2 minutes. I'm gonna go back and Palantir with half of what I actually with what I left yesterday, because I left half a Palantir yesterday. So I think I'm sitting on the sideline quite a bit until FOMC, unless the move is into market opening in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Market is opening. Time is to focus. Chat should be clear. In the WhatsApp group at the minimum. Focus is what is needed at market open. That is not a joke. Market is opening. Okay. Candle is red at market open. Very volatile open on SPY. We are time is 9:30. Candle just opened. They're pushing lower at market open. Palantir is going higher. QQQs are pushing higher. IWM pushing lower, and there's a difference. SPY and QQQ because of IWM. 930. Palantir trying to squeeze or open bullish at market open. 935 is here in 2 minutes. The MACD is already getting squeezed at open at POC. Alright, now the HOD testing. And this is only 930. Right, algo range created and now testing the roof. Algo range created and broke the roof into 930. LOD, HOD. Alright, now the market trying to go bullish. QQQ already bullish. Time is 9:35 in 2 seconds, and they are breaking the algo range, going higher into 9:35. 9:35. This is morning cycles. It's going to be super fast. I don't want to call out everything. I need water. Evaluating the roof. They got squeezed. The bearish MACD got squeezed at market open. Let's see if they cycle at 9:35 or if they go higher into 9:36, which is still 9:35. All right, we have news saying NVIDIA becomes the first company to reach 5 trillion in valuation, fueled by AI boom. I don't know why you're saying IV is high. The IV is not that high. You must not be that, this is an event day, but the IV is not that high. It's 20-something%. Alright, the VIX is crushed right now too. Actually, it's not crushed. It's going higher. It is going higher because of the event. But still 15.5. That is very, very low. Alright, I think the VIX is a need watch. It's turning green, or it is green. Need to watch basis. The roof is testing 935. We are evaluating the roof above POC. Rejection trying into 940. There is still 2 minutes left. This is the high of the day on Palantir and the low of the day. LOD. Time is 9:35. 9:35 rejected and bounced, creating an algo range, creating a cycle. And roof is quite being tested on SPY with the doji candle on the 1. That is the new roof into 9:30. That's the same time, 9:35, double top in the 1 minute. 940 is here in 47 seconds. QQQs are doing the same thing SPY is doing here. Alright, the bulls are still in control, showing 940 is here in 33 seconds, and they're breaking the algo range with these candles, but I mean, it's morning cycle, so it could flip, meaning the wind direction could flip any cycle. Wind direction is showing north, technically speaking, using an algo range at the roof. It's 688.93. 940 is here in 5 seconds, and they're pushing higher. On SPY, at least. $5-minute from the floor to the roof at the minimum, showing at the minimum on the algo range. Now rejection trying in the algo range. The risk is there for both. There's no confirmation, nothing anymore. I am not going to look at gold because I already called out gold is going to go lower last week, and I already called out it's going to both trap, the chasers. So I'm just going to focus on the market right now. It's FOMC day. There are more important things than gold, and I'm pretty sure gold is going to trap more, and then it's going to use FOMC just like the market to do something. And I don't want to say what, but I am having some sort of idea on gold, but I'm not going to say it because I don't want to make anyone biased. But I literally called out 2 nights ago that gold is literally going to go lower on purpose and get more all the retails, right? That was all bullish, all bearish, right? And then they're going to kill them all the chasers. So I don't know. Those that listen. I don't want to go over it right now, though. This is FOMC day. There's too many important things going on right now. I need to pay attention to SPY, QQQ, IWM, and then Palantir. So I'm going to do that. Rejection trying at POC. I'll maybe go over it later when I have time, but I'm not doing it now, man. Just because you need to go over gold now. No offense, but FOMC day, I need focus on the market indexes, right? No confirmation, nothing. We are in the bull flag at the roof, deciding what to do. Cycle is building. I'm gonna take a sip of water. I am thirsty. I hope you guys understand what I'm saying. Like, you get what I'm saying here? It's too important for me to F around. Like, I'm not gonna F around and not be focused. I have to be focused no matter what. No matter what. I have to do what I'm doing on SPY and QQQ no matter what. I cannot get off this right now. Today is literally the day. It's been building for a week. SPY and QQQ has been building for a week. Realize that. SPX2 leading into earnings, right? Last 3-4 days, so wind direction is north, showing at market open. Morning from 9:30 to 9:35. Time is 9:40. 9:40 bounce 2, testing the roof. They're trying to trick out so much here. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio right now in the group chat. I'm going to update as much as we can on the options chain side as well. But we need to look at the volume and time confirmation and rejection trying from the roof. Roof fail? Hold on. Okay, I'm sending it right now. No confirmation, nothing, barely. It's just roof is right now we are at VWAP. If they go below VWAP, there's a possibility they go a little bit lower here. I don't know if that's go really low, but I mean they're going lower. Bears are here, right? I am in small on SPY. Time is 9:40. And then Palantir as well. I need this thing to re-eject. 9:40. No confirmation, nothing. This is algo ranging at its finest right now. LOD on Palantir. HOD on Palantir. SPY and QQQ doing the same thing. Right at POC, deciding what to do above VWAP. And Palantir bear trapping. SPY also bear trapping for now. No confirmation, nothing. Cycle building. Alright, wind direction still showing north on SPY. We are building a cycle within the algo range. They could pop it up even more for a little bit. Let's see. And it looks like they're about to do it on Palantir too. HOD about to break or something. It's popping up. Alright, any green candle trying to pop up, break the roof right now. MACD still coming in bullish, trying. Candle coming in weird, testing the roof, but not break. QQQ I think going right now. This is nah, something different. I guess Palantir just squeezing. There's a divergence at morning open as well. Actually no, there isn't. 935 roof. This is the roof now too, so there's a divergence now. HOD broke into 940 and there's no confirmation, nothing now. Worse for downside. They just broke the roof, negating this cycle, but that could be a fake out. They could even break the roof and then go lower too. They could even break this and make it look bullish. Man, Palantir running. I'm getting squeezed now in Palantir. Palantir running. 194. She wants to nuke out. Crazy work. I gotta go look at Palantir. Shit is squeezing. Alright, this is my worst fear. But now, I hope this shit does not go to 195, 200 and close today. FOMC better do its thing. This shit is blowing up the roof. 9:45, this is too. 5 minutes. It's from yesterday's shit. HOD broke on SPY as well into 9:45. Alright, this is now 9:45 HOD. Wind direction showing north on SPY, not yet on the Qs. Oh, 689. Maybe it's really going up. 690 today. Yeah, I need this shit to stop on Palantir. Literal, change it into a bullish channel now. Literal hose. Getting spiked on SPY now. Right now, this is a bullish spike. Right, let's see if the Q's got HOD. Q's also trying HOD or got it. 9:45. And morning already crazy. Before FOMC. Morning already crazy before FOMC. It's like we're in FOMC right now, basically. Candle is rejection, trying, no confirmation, nothing. We're just at the roof. This could be a bull trap. This could still be a bear trap. Let's see. Above the algo range, so it's a little bit dangerous. 50-50 here. Bull trap trying. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, West Coaster. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Chuck. Good morning, everybody. Hey, Chuck, if you ask that type of question again, I'm going to have to remove you because you're not the first, man. Please. I'm not gonna keep asking you, so I'm gonna, thank you. Time is 9:45 actually. Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna just. $9.50 is here, folks. It's still bear trap and low key. It is not. Confirmation is building though. 9.50. 9.45 rejected. 9.45 bounced into 9.50. HOD broke compound here as well into 9.50. Wind direction is showing full on north on, I think, the Qs right now as well. Crazy candle coming in on the Qs. Alright, let's hit the like button too, folks. Time is 9:50. We are testing the roof. Right, it is very important what happens here. Roof is testing. There's a divergence at the roof too. There could be a spike candle green after it captures more bears at the load. Not the load. I don't know. There's a divergence at the roof. They could trap bear or bulls and go lower here and then go clear that later, or they could trap bears here, spike up somewhere here, and then go. Okay, bears are trying. Let's see. Pound tier is running 194.35. All right. Bears are trying on SPY and QQQ with the confirmation, but candle is humongous. So in my opinion, most likely, even if they go lower here, they're going to come back and test the algo range for something. Right, they're already bear trap trying, but that's my opinion. This time is only 9.50, so the thing could go lower into 9.55. Just have to wait and see. At the algo range 688.94, the HOD is 689.35. Candle is coming in pretty big. We are at view at POC. They could spike this down, they could spike it up and then come back or not. In my opinion, I think they're going to spike down and bear trap and then go for HOD, or maybe that's a speculation, but I think they're going to be a spike down and then maybe something happening, or they could already spike it right now. I don't know. QQQ candle coming in crazy. We cannot lie. That is something. It's coming in. Doji, 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 doji. So this is what I mean by they could spike it wherever. Up here, up down there. Who knows? It's a lot of liquidity. Anything could happen. Now there's bears trapped. Now there's bulls trapped. Bears trapped. Bulls trapped. They're at the middle. Alright. This is what I mean by they can go lower, and then right under algo range, they're probably going to bear trap and then figure it out too. I don't know. Maybe I'm speculating too much here. I'm just going to watch. There's actually quite a bit of divergence going on here. And some confusion. LOD and HOD difference. Deciding what to do at the middle. We have 152 people here, guys. Let's hit the like button. Thank you all very much. God bless you all. God bless this country. God bless our president. God bless the FOMC day and whatever is about to happen today. Let's see. Pound tier up 2.8%. Alright, look at that spike candle. Alright, they just broke the HOD. So actually spike candle came north, not south. Still showing wind direction north into 950 at the minimum, that candle says. Right, that candle means it could be real for a little bit, or it could use that candle to also go lower again. That's what it means. It could be basically 70 30, 60 40, 55 40, 45, depending on who you ask, right? But I mean, now they're clearing the divergence at the roof, at least. They are. They are clearing the divergence that exists at the roof. There's a divergence still at the floor. It's very, very hard to do anything when there's a divergence at the roof or the floor, but they created it, the roof and the floor, and now one side is cleared. Okay. Two possibilities I see, or three possibilities. Either we run a little bit, or we hover, or we show bullish, and then we reject, and then clear the LOD into some point at some point as well. Maybe FOMC or pre, I don't know. Alright, maybe 690 coming today too, but that's what I'm feeling. Right, they just cleared the HOD. I feel like at some point today, LOD gonna clear. Candle is coming in direction south from pre-market into 940. North from 940 into 955 now. Time is at the minimum, so algo range created here at 950, right at the middle. And they ran it higher into 955. The candles are showing. Cycle confirmation is now showing. And now they're at the middle. Not they're at the middle, but they're at the roof, and there's an algo range at the middle, is what I'm trying to say. We are in the 3/3, I think, unless the cycle building higher and extending. 955, that is on SPY as well. 955 rejection here, so I'll go range here as well on SPY. Time is 9:55. Candle volume is showing bullish. A spike candle coming. I think there might be a trap here. They've been trapping bears continuously, so I guess they could continuously do that too. But cycle might happen. Man, Palantir at 196. That thing is actually going to 200 now. Fuck. 196. Man, this thing is on an Elon rocket right now. Holy sh! All-time highs on Palantir. Coming in nuclear. That is so crazy nuclear. Wow. This shit is crazy. I'm adding Palantir right now. This shit is crazy into next week. What the fuck? What's the news next? Palantir, $1 trillion company now? Oh my god. Oh my god. Wind direction crazy north now. Man, they are truly fucking wild. QQQ broke out to the pre-market high. Right? That is fucking crazy. 636. On a journey to Valhalla or something. Oh my lord. Insane bullish. That is 10 a.m. That is 9:50. That is crazy. Man, Q's up 5% in a week. SPY up 2.6% in a week. I gotta look at this shit at SPX. And there's gaps like crazy down there now. Just market crazy. Huge gap. Gap filled this. Gap filled yesterday. So there's a gap, I guess, here and here. Man, I don't know. I think this shit's gonna fill today. That is crazy. Right? We are at 6,920 right now. Wow, 196. No confirmation, nothing. Just roof 10 candle coming red, getting bought up immediately. There has to be a confirmation, something. And this is just confirmation hired. Confirmation hired. Right? And then it's just so high up there now. Wow. This shit left a gap too on Palantir. Ran up crazy from 189 to 196. $7 on Palantir is not even a joke. I think this gap's gonna fill into FOMC too. I'm hoping, but like holy fuck, I'm not gonna lie. Market, QQQ, SPY, everything gapped up crazy. And Palantir pushed up crazy on that gap, so no joke. $6 fucking push. That is a not a HOD by 1 cent. Okay. They're cycling. This is the same time 10. There's no cycle confirmation barely on SPY. This shit is insane. Sir Alex Carp. Sir fucking Alex Carp. Look at the fucking market. What? Look at those candles. They're about to go lower in my opinion, but I still want to wait for a bounce for anything. Even if they go lower here, I'm gonna wait for a cycle confirmation to do SPX anything. Intraday, I think. I mean, I'm already in SPY intraday, but I'm talking about SPX big money because I don't know, this shit is just fucking wild right now. Just ran that thing like nothing to the roof. To Valhalla. I'll go range possible here. Wow, Nvidia 211. Okay. That is. I want to fucking. God damn. $5 trillion NVDA. It was 2 hours ago though. Holy shit. Up $10 today. NVDA 5%. Alright, rejection track. Man, that's crazy. I cannot believe how Nvidia at 211. Alright, 10:05. Cycle bounce happening now. They were way extended, right? They went super. I literally said, I said they might spike it up on purpose and then do something, and then that's literally what they did. Now cycle building. Cycle building. That is crazy. How high and how fast it went up on the video. I'm doing a small put on NVDA. I really need Palantir to pull back here. The thing is in space. I'm going downside on the video. I'm not doing fucking long on this shit. Well, I'm already in, but what the fuck? That is crazy. Yesterday's close at 4 p.m. was 201. I could see a pullback to 208 at the minimum. That is, I'm not gonna lie, it is actually overextended. That is, right? Now sub 210. Palantir needs to drop to 192.5. Like fucking today. This shit is. Actually, hold on. Let me make a phone call real quick. I'm just alerting my family member real quick. fun. Doji candle at 10:05. The bears are trying to push lower now. It's a bull trap. Everybody is trapped up here now. Everybody is trapped down there, and it's at the middle. I thought a cycle bounce going to happen before something, but they are at the middle. They could bear trap here because they went even more. I don't know. I think cycle going to happen here clearly, but oh man, it is moving fast. It is absolutely moving fast. Or they just drop it on this maybe. MACD coming in bearish. There was a lot of calls and they ran up on purpose. Now this bullish MACD needs to be watched. It could be used to go candle coming in. That's a bull trap building. Candles are humongous now. All right, MACD on the 5 is in danger. Right, the bulls are in danger. There's no confirmation basically here as well. It's just actually there's a confirmation here. One single candle at 10:05. And now they went lower into 1010, and they could bounce it at one of these algo ranges, or they could go to the floor and bounce it right at the floor too. Or it's a bull trap and they're going lower. I am still in everything. I think it's a bull trap, but I don't know. SPY puts looking crazy. It wedged, and then going. So this could be a bear trap right here. They need a burn. Right? They don't even need to use 0 DT to do whatever they need to do. Come on, Palantir. I need a fucking huge candle rejection. This thing is too damn high. Too goddamn high. On Palantir. Alright. On Palantir. Volume so trash. I mean, volume kind of trash for both sides. Not gonna lie. It looks like it could just get squeezed both ways. Anything could happen. 1 hour bearish, 30-minute bullish. This pre-market is making this shit do crazy stuff at market open. Building liquidity everywhere, it looks like to me. At the roof, at the floor, at the fucking middle. And then who knows when FOMC comes, right? But last time the thing fucking went down crazy and then the thing went up crazy and broke HOD. So all this range means barely nothing until later. Right, this little range means barely nothing until later. 1010 bounce is trying at 10:07 until the low of this candle breaks at 10:08. All shorts, all bears are in danger. Cycle is being created. They're bouncing at VWAP, creating a cycle to confirm to go higher or lower. Right now they're giving bulls and bears both hope. Using the algo range, VWAP, POC, everything. POC is, I think, right here too. Let's go squeeze out real quick. We just saw the 5-minute POC. Right, they're using the algo range too. Oh my god, Palantir. Cycle. It is bearish on SPY. Bullshit happening on Palantir going higher. You're gonna create an algo range and then maybe okay, bearish on SPY. Bearish, 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 bearish. Bearish. Candles are. That is now bullish. What the fuck is this? LOD. That is LOD testing. LOD hoping. Wow. Looks crazy. Time is 10:15 in 18 seconds. They're deciding whether to bounce it here or to go lower into 10:15. Oh, look at the MACD bearish. 5-minute bearish. They might push it lower here. But I need Palantir to go lower. I don't know what the f doing at the roof. This is a 10-10 bounce for now. Candle is within. Looking crazy. The higher time frame allowing it to do it 50-50 right here. No volume on the higher time frame yet. 1 minute and the 5-minute, yes, a little bit, but that counts as a bounce. That counts as a bullshit. I'll go ranging. Fomc 2 p.m. This Palantir squeeze pissing me the fuck off. Fuck. I have so much in Palantir. Fuck, I need this shit to drop today. This is not good. These Friday puts getting killed. I'm in for next week too, but fuck. $10.15 also created an algo range. With that algo range, this market is just hesitating, deciding what to do. There's a divergence at the floor. It is something. Alright, QQQ 1 minute gapped up here and gap filled. Candle coming in crazy right now. Alright, this is bull trap and a half building. But also it could bear trap because I don't know. This candle has to break, but they could go and then test LOD again and then bear trap again. That's the crazy part. So it's just weird. Candles are jumpy with Nvidia right now and other things. There are other things pumping as well and moving. Show the 10 o'clock. Right, people might be hoping on the LOD divergence clear as well, so they might go lower with the MACD and then bounce it and go to HOD roof test, and then can use the Fomc to do something too. If they're really evil, if we're really trying to trick, I mean, if we right, time is 10:20, they are bull trap building right now. Candles are stacking. Time is 10:20. Some sort of downward trend or knife or whatever since 10. Finicky because of these algo ranges, finding support resistance showing. Consolidation. Consolidation. My SPY puts are up 33%. The shit I took at morning. Nice. Man, I need Palantir to come back. Be a nice drop into the afternoon or some shit on Palantir. Fuck. Ah, God damn it. 10:20. They sure are getting a lot of things involved. Testing the VWAP. Testing the roof again. Man, that little, I don't know. SPY puts looked weird ranging up like that, but I really. Now we could do something though. Pull back for. It's went so much vertically with no cycle. And then now we're cycling. Right, they cycled once here, and then they went dramatically lower on purpose, got everybody thinking LOD, and then now they're cycling to make everyone think HOD, and then now they're cycling. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I mean. This is literally what I mean. After the fact that everyone thinks on something. Still 50-50. Looks bearish, but I don't know. I can't fucking call this shit right now. It's just up to the higher time frame. Let's look at the higher time frame. Doji candle on the 5, touching VWAP. 15-minute candle coming in, bipolar. 30-minute and 15-minute candle coming in, bearish. MACD is turning neutral on the 30. 1 hour is bearish. So higher time frame or not. 0 DT says burn them all. Palantir is drunk. Drunk on happiness. Nvidia, Tesla, Palantir. Let me see a $15 drop on Palantir. Okay. I will go cry in the corner somewhere. My end of day today. In euphoria and happiness and scaredness, please. Miss Jerome Powell, FOMC, sir. Do something. Do not send this shit to 200, I will. Do not send this shit to 200. Por favor. Folks, we are at 190 people. 180 people. Let's hit the likes so that we could get the chat and the live stream ready for the FOMC, please. Thank you all very much. Hope you are having a good day so far. Hopefully, the deductions are pretty sweet, right? And please hit the like button, folks. Please, Palantir, please. I'm fucking begging you, Palantir, come back. God damn. God damn. SPY break LOD. I am targeting 687 for now, but fuck, it's taking crazy long. FOMC. FOMC, 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 FOMCC. Event is at 2:30, so I mean, at least they can't data finale it today. They could confuse, but I think they can't data finale it today. Oh my god, please, Palantiri, please wake the fuck up. Come back. Come back to reality. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. God damn it. I'm getting squeezed by the fucking. I'm not gonna say it. Palantir. defense contracting company. We are in the internet age. This is like the 2000s. Like fuck. Damn, technology company, software company, like just fucking don't matter. It'll go with the rest of the world. Nvidia. Man, now there's so many bears here too, and there's a lot of bulls. Alright, what if they run this shit back up to HOD? They're scaring out the bulls right now. Scaring out the bears too. Kind of, but hurting everybody. Wedge building here. Let's add the SPX put to call ratio, folks. Man, my phone having all sorts of problems today. Looks like. There's a lot of. There's more calls here than puts for some reason now. There's a lot of puts too, I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, I'm sending it. Possibility is there. They could burn puts and then go lower sometime. MACD coming in bullish slightly. Cycle is trying to create off of 1025, which is another algo range into 1030. Something is weird here. Just looks bullish, but there are other things than the candles and the MACD. I think anything after this is dangerous, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I'm being conservative with that too. I was going to say anything above this is dangerous, but we'll see. Right, this is 1025, creating a mini cycle. Right, bullish from at least 1010. That is for sure. But right, this is a weird rejection. Right, 1010 double top, rejection into 1010, 1010 bouncing into 1030 with an algo range. Look at the Qs. QQQ volume, crazy weird. And 30. Right, floor hoping, roof hoping. Candle coming in, spiky. Is this real or not? They're making every single push hard. They just do it so slow sometimes. Sometimes it's faked out like that. It's fucking crazy. Like, I guess using all these algo ranges from 950 on the Qs as well. rejection coming. Bull trap trying. Until the low of any of these breaks, though, it's a bear trap and a bull trap. You can't really just say off of that. This is just, you just call this a rejection trying at 10:30. At 10:31, you say this is no rejection trying at 10:32 with no confirmation, nothing. That's what you call this shit. Alright, it's cycle building. Speed. Market is either gonna break the algo range at 688.68, or it's gonna say no and say patience is. I want this shit to drop. Palantir. I need the market to pull back for that, so I want LOD before FOMC. I'm not gonna lie, but the fucking goddamn data on the 0DTs are, yeah, just not helpful. I'm just waiting for the event still. Shit is really messed up. Really messed up. Channel going higher on the Qs. Some sort of wedge creating, right? Q's trying to run. IWM. SPY trying to do some weird thing, probably. IWM rejecting. Ah, this is so. That candle on the Q's coming in, gapped up on the one, gap filling. It's just so. They're doing a lot, right? That is for sure. Same thing as yesterday, almost not difference going on. Right, which channel breaks? QQQ breaking higher. SPY trying to break down lower, man. Like, can't even make this up. Man, the video popped up crazy too. Alright, it's at 211.30. AMD is at all-time highs. All this is really insane. Right, AMD short squeeze like fucking nothing the last month. Since October 6th. That's a fucking long time. Insane. Insane. I gotta go look at Palantir. I think it's trying to push up on QQQ, trying to run or something. I think they're gonna trap at some point on everything. Palantir, Nvidia, all these people getting bullish just on candles, right? They're gonna do Friday, and they're probably gonna get crushed too. That's just what happens to chasers, right? With no basic research or looking at the bigger chart. Just looking at candles is just this is literally what happens today. Like a day like today, crazy dangerous basically is what I'm saying. A day like today. Right, every day the same, but every day the same. 1 second. I am getting a phone call. There's a candle coming, breaking the wedge down on SPY. Nothing really going on because it's range locked right now. Unless QQQ goes lower here, unless SPY breaks down and breaks the algo range, unless QQQ breaks above this and breaks higher, unless SPY runs up above VWAP, market is just waiting until 2. Somehow hovering up here too. Somehow time is 10:35. 10:25. I'm going into SPX put right now. Expensive as fuck. 4.5K. No volume, nothing. This shit is horrendous on Palantir, man. Holy fuck. Candle jumpy 1040. Below the trend line, either this thing drops and comes back up, or drops, or bounces right back up right here, right now. QQQ and Nvidia exactly the same. They're going for the LOD. If this candle breaks here, there's a possibility of LOD. I think LOD coming down. I just need Palantir to fucking pull back. This is pissing me the fuck off. Right, now it's actually bounce trying. Holy candle. Holy candle. That's a 50-cent bounce. It is bouncing to create a cycle with that candle, but holy fucking candle. Oh my god. Oh my god. Created I thought that candle was gonna test that trend line, to be honest with you. Alright, bears are coming here. To be honest with you. Gotta look at QQQ. Bar coding to go lower. Trying. Q going. Do it, you dumb. Beep. Give me one candle. Break LOD. You dumb. Beep. 10:45. You dumb. Beep. Fuck. That waterfall in QQQ. We're in the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, 3/3 stage right now. Pretty big candles, that is. LOD, 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 fucking do it, come on. I'm waiting for you, baby. SPX. $10.50 is here in 3 minutes. Bears in full control right here. Bulls are fucked. Alright, LOD breaking right now. I'm up 1.4k on this contract. I'm about to fucking leave. SPX. LOD break. I'm in a bunch of SPY here too, so I'm gonna book it on SPX. I just need the fucking LOD break. Crazy candles these are. This shit humongous. Cycle being extended lower right now. Bears in full fucking control. LOD broke. LOD breaking. LOD testing. LOD hoping. LOD dreaming. LOD testing. Dreaming. Testing. LOD breaks. It's gonna dump. My opinion. So many bulls trapped up there now on fucking everything. Palantir, Tesla, Nvidia, AMD, everything. Right? What did I say 40 minutes ago, right? They're probably gonna fucking get everybody on these green candles and fuck them up, right? This is what I mean. Right? People just look at candles and they have absolutely no idea, and they just look at it not thinking about the long term, and they do short term and they get. Alright, bounce trying for 1 minute. This could be real until the low of this candle breaks at 10:44. All bears, all things are in danger, but I think this bounce is fake at this point. There's a lot of fucking calls to eat here. I think this shit is fake. I'm looking more. I'm wanting more. I'm targeting 687 to be honest with you here. I'm not leaving on LOD test. LOD hope test. This is a bounce at 10:45 into 10:50. That is reality. Until the low of that candle breaks, it is in a bullish cycle trying since 10:45 with no cycle confirmation. The bulls are fucked. This is a bull trap. It's a bull trap. Short period of time, I think. I think, in my opinion, LOD is most probable here, and they might bear trap later before FOMC. That's my opinion. Or I'm wrong, and they bear trap everybody, and they run to the roof without breaking the floor, and then they figure it out. But the 5 minute, the higher time frame, everything says the bulls are in danger from the top. And I'm talking about the tippy top. And there's a fucking humongous gap from yesterday. So we'll see. Get SPX real quick. The SPX index. bears are still here. They are just not showing their ugly ass fangs yet. LOD. That is weird. LOD broke on SPX. There's a fucking divergence. They're gonna go lower. If not now, at some point. There's a divergence right now. That is gonna clear at some point or another, in my opinion. Or they hover here for 2 hours and then clear it with FOMC. But it is my opinion. I am not a financial advisor. I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. I just make deductions for myself off the candles and the chart and the time confirmations that I see and the settings and the setup that I see. But they could hover here for 2 hours, 1 hour, 30 minutes, or they could go lower in 5, 10, 15 minutes. But I think this is going to clear. There's a divergence at 10:45. Right, SPX is the European index, right? SPX, S&P 500 index is the same thing as spider, and there's a divergence at the floor. Why? Right, they do the same thing on the roof and they blow out, right? So now there's a divergence at the floor. Maybe people are dreaming it's about to blow down, but I think it's about to blow down. Palantir showing a bounce, Tesla showing a bounce, Nvidia showing down. I think Palantir is bull trapping on this. Tesla might be bull trapping still into next week. We're at 460, so technically in the grand scheme of things, we came up to 460s yesterday, 465, and we're hovering 460. So SPX SPY about to break the LOD, clear the divergence. Bears are here, breaking the LOD on SPY. I'm leaving SPX right now. The divergence has cleared. I don't give up. God damn, they're about to go lower. I'm out for 5K, 5.1K on SPX. I have a bunch of SPYs still. I have a fuck ton of Palantir. I'm going back to Palantir. The divergence just cleared on SPX and SPY. Let's see what happens. God did. God did. Time is 10:50. God did. Please save me on Palantir. Fuck, send this shit down. Alright, drop it like it's hot. Tatiana, this bitch on Palantir. Please, they're going for the gap below on SPY. They're dropping lower, dropping lower, dropping lower. Bearish, 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 bearish. I called that shit out 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago though. So LOD broke. Let's see what happens. Right, this is the LOD, low of the day. This is the 3/3. They could cycle here for 20, 30 minutes and then burn all the chasers and then gap fill in an hour. Or they could do it now. That's the reality. Low of the day, 10:50. Right, let's see how they do. 3/3. Right, this is a massive cycle too, technically speaking here. Right, technically speaking, in the bigger picture, this is the 3/3. They could trap people here for 20 minutes or an hour. And they're already doing it. Let's see. 1 single minute, right before the gap fill. Right, I was saying bearish because it could have done it in 1 minute, but now I'm calling out the truth too. You know what I mean? Now I'm calling out the reality too. So it could cycle here for 20, 30, 40 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, and then waste everyone's time, or go to roof 2 and then do it later too. So I don't know. I think we should just watch. 1 minute MACD, 1 minute candle pulling back out of nowhere. But let's look at the higher time frame. 5 minute, 15-minute advanced level bull trap, and then now bear trapping. Palantir is horse crapping. Man, I really don't like this on Palantir. I'm actually praying right now. 30-minute bearish, 1 hour bear. I'm actually praying right now on Palantir. Shit looks bullish as fuck. I'm hoping this is a trap here too, but that's a crazy bounce too now. 1050, 1050. Right, if this rejects, it's creating an algo range. If it runs, it's going into 1055, but it's doing something different now. at the floor here too. Right now, this counts as an algo range, even though they might run into 1053, no matter what, because they're doing this. The candle's closing like this, so they are today showing bullish for sure to go lower, and then now they're showing bear trap. It really does look like a bear trap 0 DT for a little bit, at least, to be honest, because of this shit happening. So maybe range here and go lower, or maybe bounce here and go down and come back up, maybe come up and then go back down and then range to the bottom or something. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. VWAP volume POC was all up there, and now the POC is not even moving down, but it's slightly being dragged lower, right? Still giving bulls a max hope. Still giving bears, greedy bears, punishment, but also hope. That more hope. I hate the word hope, but I also like the word hope. But to a degree, I hate the word hope. I get a lot of PTSD from the word hope, so I try not to. I try to steer away from the word hope. Right, this is turning into a bear trap for 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes. It could literally stay here for 20 minutes, 40 minutes, 30 minutes. That's the sad part. It looked crazy bearish, but that's literally the 3/3. LOD broke too, so you know that could have happened right here, but it broke the LOD and did it. That's why I left. I think somewhere here SPX I left in this candle, but I'm still in SPY. This shit is just bouncing for now. I'm in Palantir. I need this shit down $7 by tomorrow. I'm hoping that this freaking FOMC shit is so bad, Palantir comes back to normality or something at this point now. Some sort of normality. Cycle is building. Smaller cycles are building to create a medium cycle to create a bigger cycle. It's kind of scary. This shit could go lower here, and I would say 75, 65% chance it would probably bear trap more and then waste more time and then do something later, but I don't know. Maybe we should do a poll, right? Things going slow. I think everyone's getting bearish on this, and I feel like a bounce coming. More likely than not. I don't even know what's going on Palantir anymore. Something is holding it up. Something is pushing it up. This shit is just out. And yeah, this thing is in the outer realm too. Palantir is basically in the outer realms too. Right, it's basically up to Grandfather Powell. This shit is. Let's go look at the Qs real quick. The Qs broke the floor and they cleared the divergence, right? I called that out 1 hour ago, right? I said, hey, they broke the HOD. I think they might go break the LOD at some point and clear the divergence, right? The realist, listeners remember. That's what happened. Okay. Right. The realist listeners remember when I was like, hey, there's a divergence at the floor and the roof, right? And they broke the roof and cleared it. And then they did some sort of weird ass shit, right? And then I was like, hey, now they might go break the LOD into later on and then clear the divergence. So that's what they did. Wind direction was north from pre-market into 10 a.m. Wind direction is south from 10 a.m. to 10:50. Wind direction is north or neutral until the 10:50 low breaks. Cycle time confirmation could waste time here. 0 DTs. but now they are. People trapped on Nvidia at the top. Tesla trapped at the top. AMD trapped people at the top. Palantir did not trap people yet at the top. But if you guys go look around, they are trapped at the top. Based on candles. Big names at least. Google running. Meta trapped bulls too. 1035. Alright, the bulls are getting chopped up right now. Why is QQQ going? SPY isn't. Time is 11. There's algo ranging on QQQ too. Now QQQ wants to go break the floor and SPY is about to have a divergence or some shit. Or they're about to go to the floor and then make people hope. It's hard work. Cycle is. It comes in so fast and abruptly sometimes. In the ways people don't expect it, but setups are somehow there. Certain things are there for smart money to be able to deduct. Oh. Cycle is creating at the floor. QQQ is already. Hope trap bounce trying. SPY is trying to recover here. Guys, we have 181 people. Let's hit the like button. We have the FOMC rate cut decision meeting today at 2:30 p.m. It will be a very, very big day. Please, please like the video. If you are a new watcher, hit the subscribe button so that we could get the YouTube algos kicking in. Help me out. Hit the like button. Thank you. Bears are trying on SPY now. QQQ at different times. Things are slightly scary. Both sides for now. QQQ flying. SPY is. Yeah, different power, different time. Things are dangerous. Actually, right, QQQ is above the algo range. SPY can't even regain the algo range here. Why? That's a little bit sus. IWM. NVIDIA at 208. I am staying. I need pound here to fucking go. Oh my god. Alright. Cycle still bearish. Going for the floor again. Weird MACD bullish dying. It's either gonna hover at this algo range or it is about to go lower again. Bears are coming. Santa Claus is coming with the bears to town. Santa Claus is coming to town. You better watch out. You better watch out. Guys, hit the like button. Why is the like button so low? Come on. Today's a great day, no? God bless this country. What's going on? Only half the people have liked the like button, folks. There's 180 people, right? At the minimum, push it up. Come on, 100. Help me out, right? Today is Wednesday. A great day. Let's just have a great day. All right. Advanced level. Bull trap. Now floor testing. Floor is testing whether to hold this cycle bullish or to actually break it down. Even if they do break it down, that could be a bear trap, but they're doing some reverse cycle going on. Reverse cycle going on. Just QQQ's having a regular cycle, but what is this on SPY? It goes up first, hovers, then pulls back and spikes up. Look at making it look. Alright, now it could hover here or go up here, or it could be faked out again. But this is basically a reverse cycle. Right? It doesn't run after it does the cycle. It runs up and then cycles. Inside the run up. Inside the run up. Alright, they're doing this on purpose. Alright. I see a lot of different things. This could be a bear trap big time. Right? This is floor hoping at 11:05. Data, everything would say, but oh man. 6-9. Nah, I'm jinxing myself. Shall we do? Shall we do a poll, folks? Okay. If you think VWAP is coming, say VWAP. If you think LOD is coming, say LOD. Alright. Everyone vote before the candles, please. We're doing an opinion poll. Matt says VWAP. Captain says VWAP. Follow says LOD. Adam says VWAP. Oh, Nope says VWAP. Chris says LOD. Jeff says VWAP. 4 people voting VWAP. 3 people voting LOD. 5 people voting VWAP. 4 people voting LOD. All right. This poll is into the next 30 minutes or an hour, basically. Like before into FOMC, I guess. Well, I don't want to put it out too far out too. So QQQ SPY cycle completely different. It just gapped down on the 1 minute and then gap filled. Now it's turning bearish on the Qs again. This is dangerous. Right? Dangerous stuff going on. Barely. Quick cycle confirmations basically. Inside another cycle. So almost, this is pivot point trading. This is hoping on both sides, right? Professionals just usually sit out and let other people hope, and then they don't do shit on hope. They do things on setup. 99.99% probability says that we are getting a 0.25 basis cut again. .25 basis points again. Bears are trying on the Qs, testing the floor. Right, LOD trying to break on the Qs. Divergence about to create on the floor. QQQ so goddamn bearish now. It's about to go make a floor, and SPY is not yet. Alright, LOD broke on the Qs. Wind direction is south. Bulls are fucked on a lot of things right now. I am leaving the video. It is at 207. It might go more, and it is going to go more. I don't care. I was in pretty big. I just need Palantir to come back down. I need SPY to go break the LOD in like 2 minutes. But they could. It says Apple crushed by other tech stocks. Interesting. Because other stocks are doing so much better. They're saying Apple is boring now or something. They're not saying Apple is bad, but they're just saying there's so many other companies that are over 4 trillion now. That is. Alright, now new floor on QQQ. Right, that makes it a divergence at the floor. Divergence trading, this is called. And they are bounce showing for 1 minute. Right? I think the bears are strong. I just don't know how and when they're going to do it on SPY. There's a divergence though. On SPY, the thing could exist for a little bit, or they're about to go clear the divergence. The MACD on the volume is low key. Look, this is the day cycle. They bull trap people at 10 in the morning, and we're in a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and the thing is just going lower and lower and lower, right? That's what the cycle and time confirmation is telling us. SPY is saying we are testing the floor. On the Qs at least. On the Qs. Something's going on the Qs. I think it's NVIDIA, honestly. NVIDIA, Apple going lower, Meta going lower. A lot of things are. Meta bouncing. So, a lot of things did. And SPY is. Hope bounce trying again. This is weird because they created a divergence. right? Is that the trap bears for a little bit? Is that too? Give bulls hope? I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. How to figure it out. Man, my Palantir. 11:15. Floor hoping. Floor hoping. Floor hoping. LOD testing. Bouncing with the divergence. This is what I think is going to happen. And I think it's going to hover here, go to VWAP or something, and then do the divergence, whatever, confusion later on with this. But I could be wrong too. This could continuously go bearish. We just got to see the higher time frame. These candles are coming in stupid. This is on SPY. It's actually coming in a little bit dumb to burn theta perfectly. Right? Print, bounce, just fucking stupid. The bounce cycles aren't even going crazy. It's just literally bouncing first, playing in the range, breaking down. Bouncing first, playing in the range. This is perfectly theta chopping it. Oh, our poll says 6 people voted VWAP, 8 people voted LOD in the WhatsApp group. I think more people were saying VWAP in the YouTube chat than LOD. So I think like 15 people said VWAP, maybe like 12, 13 people said LOD. Okay. Qs. Look at the Qs right now. The Qs are acting cute. Alright, the Qs are acting cute. Cute, 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 cute. Cute, cute, cute. Alright. Cute, 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 cute is breaking the LOD. Alright, they said testing the LOD again. Breaking the LOD looks like to me. Abnormally on the Qs. Algo range created. Not algo range created. They bounced at 10:10 into 10:15, and then now they're rejecting at 10:15 into time is 10:20 and 55 seconds. I think they're about to go lower. I'm fucking hoping on these candles. Fuck. 10:55 is here in 45 seconds. I am literally hoping on these candles. Range sucks today. We are stuck in a range from 689.30 to like 688. That's $1. $1. And if it's gonna gap fill below, it sure as hell ain't showing a gap fill below. That is the last thing it is visually showing. Or actually, it's the second to last thing they're visually showing. The last thing they're showing is they're about to go to 690. That's the last thing they're showing, technically speaking here, but yeah, you know what I'm saying. Wedging, flagging, no voluming, trolling. LOD didn't break on the Qs. Bouncing at 10:15, creating an algo range. They basically are creating a support and a resistance out of thin air, in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of everything. That's what I see. Inside everything. Time is 11:20. Can't even make this shit up. There's a gap up here on the 1 minute candle. So, gap filled. I don't know. 11:20. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio in the group chat here. Still a decent amount of calls, but decent amount of puts too. Small cycle bounce. Small cycle bounce trying. They're bear trapping with data right now though. Perfectly. Man, I need Daddy Powell on. Palantir is going crazy. I am not gonna lie. Palantir is going all-time highs crazy in the 5-year chart on Robinhood. I am scared that thing's gonna close into 200 into the end of the week. I need Jerome Powell, sir, to get on with the mic. God damn. Alright, the channel it's actually a neutral channel. Like the MACD being dragged down so tiny. So they're going down, yes, but they're going down so tiny, so small and bouncing that the theta is actually doing the work. It's like being neutral on SPY. Alright, except the tippy top to the bottom. But now this shit is sideways. Sideways since 1050. Not 1050. QQQ is different. They're all different story, but give me 1 second. Alright. Sir Jerome live in 1 hour and 30 minutes. Sorry, 2 hours. Palantir at 197.86. All right, now the question is, will the QQQs and SPY go up with IWM? Or will we see something different happen is the question. This is boring. Not liking this. And now it's actually resetting it as if the drop never happened. Man. They created a divergence and actually went bullish with IWM too, which sense, but cannot make this shit up. 15-minute bounce on the Qs. Alright, this is 35 minutes on SPY. On 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. See if VWAP runs here or not. Could be a rejection at the VWAP. MACD is bullish. No confirmation rejection, but let's see. No cycle confirmation rejection happening at VWAP. No cycle confirmation rejection. Just algo range on QQQ. Right, really, we gotta watch what's going on here. IWM still bullish. And the market is really waiting for the news catalyst for anything big, I think. It is just hovering and waiting. 11:30 is here in 2 minutes. Gotta see how IWM does at 250 right now. That is the most important thing, I think. IWM 250-ish. It's like a head and shoulders from October 24th. But, man. Alright, rejection at the VWAP. Trying algo range is playing out. Let's see where this thing goes. The candles and the MACD would have to build here for them to do anything with the box of the 3/3. Alright. Anything above this algo range is standing as basically a risk point. Right? Above this algo range up here, I guess. So the bulls are just not out of the woods. The cycle is just showing us this. You know what I'm saying? Look at QQQ too. So where is President Trump when we need him? He is in Asia. Q from Palantir at 198, pissing me the fuck off. Right, I'm actually going red because of Palantir. Right, It's actually pissing me off. My SPX and SPY, all this shit doesn't even make any difference because my Palantir is fucking getting crushed. It's actually annoying. Fucking crazy squeeze. 190 to 200 in one day off this Nvidia shit since yesterday now. Getting everybody bullish on Palantir into earnings, I guess, 5 days before. Yeah, troll ass up, boy. Time is 11:28. Come back in a little bit. Alright. In 1 minute. FOMC is at 2:30. Calm down. Alright. Now they're testing the floor. Oh, it's my water, man. There's a bunch of bulls trapped at the roof. Amazon rejecting. Went green for a little bit. Meta rejecting. Same time. Nvidia bouncing. IWM. Rejecting, trying. Still at 250. Right. The LOD is testing. This cycle is an 8. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Right, bro, dude, like, I understand people that are like, like, you know what I mean? I deduct before the shit. Like, I can't even stand, after the fact, if that makes sense. Because I show all my shit live, you know what I mean? So, I don't even like, you have to understand what I'm saying, right? To a degree. If you said yesterday or throughout the day today, oh yeah, then I'll be happy for you 100%. But like to be doing that post is kind of iffy from my point of view because anyone could do that, no matter who you are. This is online shit, right? This is why I say be careful of what people say and who you really watch. Some of these people really be saying crazy stuff and people don't care what they're saying, right? But you just gotta watch if they're, scammers or not, basically. If they're really like deducting and saying real shit, or if they're like basically making shit up after the fact and being like, oh, look at this, I did terrible today, but the lotto, I did okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how? How does that make sense? Like, if you're a bad trader, you're a bad trader. Like, no furu shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just real life, reality. All right. Oh my god. Everything rejecting from the roof. Palantir as well now, slowly. I'm straight up hoping on SPY. I'm really looking for new LOD. I didn't fucking leave any of my SPY shit. This LOD I need to leave. And this FOMC may be sure, but I don't know. At this point, this shit is literally just going tiny, tiny up, tiny, tiny up. I mean, that's what the intraday setting is, for something else to happen, there needs to be something else. Like LOD breaking or Powell coming, I don't know, President Trump coming out, right? Or something, news or something. Whatever it is. We are in the 3/3. They are bounce trying at 11:32 until the low of the 11:31 candle, representing the low of the 3/3 cycle, breaks. All shorts and all bears are in danger. That's what's the reality is live right now. Even though the candle is green for 1 single minute, you get what I'm saying? This is Best Spy live trading, right? I make deductions live, but I literally call out the live logical thing that's happening right here, right now. It could change in 14 seconds, but I'm just saying, one green candle, I got that's not a rejection. I mean, that is a rejection. You know what I'm saying? That's not a fall through, right? So, like, but I do, right? Based on cycle and time confirmation alone, I'm doing good all by myself. Like for me, I'm just saying, like I can't make shit up because this is reality, logical shit going on in front of our eyes. I cannot make this up because this is what's going on. This is what hedge funds are looking at. This is what smart money doing. I mean, there's a system clearly, right? It's got to find a system that works for you, right? Everybody has different systems. Some people rely on indicators. Some people rely on price levels, right? Everybody different, but you just gotta find something that works for you, no matter what it is, crypto, futures, whatever. And then I'm saying hypothetically speaking, right? I'm just saying like I use my own system for myself. So, you know, everybody see things differently. Everybody has a focus on different things is what I'm trying to get at, right? You gotta just know what you are, focusing on. You gotta understand what you're ignoring, because that's a choice too, right? It's a choice to, decide to know something or try to figure out. It's a choice to also stay away and also like, not do what you find hard, right? I used to do that back in the day, and people tell me all the time, hey, the 1 minute is hard. The 1 minute candle I stay away from. I used to do the same thing. But do you realize the reason why I'm not, the reason why I love the 1 minute now is because I did all my best to find what I need to find in the 1 minute to love the 1 minute, because the 1 minute is 5 minute, 5 minute, that's the entire market. But when you are afraid of something, it is natural as a human being to stay away from it or to shy away from it. But you need to become a woman, you need to become a man to basically approach things that are hard. You gotta want to find out things that you don't know, is what I'm trying to get at. Do the hard. LOD broke. Bearish. Palantir. Bear trapping. Bull trapping, I mean. Come on. Come on. I need FOMC. 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 Please. FOMC. I cannot wait. Oh my god. I need FOMC. I need FOMC. And I need the LOD on Palantir. This shit is so bullish now. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh nah. I'm like straight up hoping on Palantir now. I feel like straight up hope, but this FO man, yeah, straight up hope on Palantir. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god. This FOMC. Oh my god, it's so bullish. Oh my god, it's so bullish. Palantir is so fucking bullish. This is actually. I need a miracle, right? I need a Sir Alex Carp come on Twitter live miracle on this thing. 1125 HOD. We're gonna look at the Qs for a sec. HOD. I gotta redraw the circle, I guess. Alright. Taking their time. QQQ is really bearish right now. Right now, they continuously breaking the floor. They broke the floor once, twice, three, four. This is the fourth floor. They broke the floor 3 times. Alright, and there's a divergence on SPY on QQQ. The bulls are getting chopped up into pork chop right now. Right now. This is a pork chop meat, fresh served on a dinner platter. LOD breaking on SPY. They're about to go gap fill, I think. 11 1140. This is super bearish now. 1140. This is now Superman bears in control. I think they're about to go break the LOD on SPY. But I might not be the only one thinking that now. Everybody in the world probably thinking that now. So let's see how it does in this candle. In this single candle. Please hit the like button, folks. God bless all. Alright, I am gonna clear the chat of things that are distracting. Right, if you weren't speaking of things before, please refrain from speaking of things now. Respectfully, too distracting in public chat. On Palantir at least, right? Talk about SPY and QQQ, bro. Why are you talking about a thing you're not even in? Alright, that's the worst. I don't even want to tell you guys sometimes. I'm kidding. I just say what I'm in, but sometimes, yeah, I just want to stay private, and I do. It's just, some people just, I don't know. You know, someone was here just to watch to tell me to shut up when I was being loud, you know what I mean? Like, okay, what does that do for anybody? Like, the loud wasn't the way, but still. Creating alt accounts and stuff to do weird stuff, I don't know, it's a waste of time. I don't really have time. People really shouldn't have time for that. Alt accounting. But people do everything. Guess I'm a person too, so. LOD floor hope bouncing on SPY for 1, 2 minutes. 1, 2 minutes. Time is 11:40, right? So hypothetically speaking, the thing bounced. Well, I mean, it didn't hypothetically. Right now, it bounced at 11:40, right? And everyone in retail right now is like, look, bounced 1/3. So it's like if somebody went in perfectly here, it's at least 50% or 33% gone in 3 minutes, and they're like, huh, why is it reverting? But the thing is, they reverted in 3/3 at 11:40, right? Does that make sense? The cycle being created. So the cycle analysis allows you to be like, hey, you're straight up hoping, or hey, you're late, or hey, you're early, or hey, your risk is hey, you know what I mean? Allowing you to do certain things like on deductions instead of just straight up hoping on candles and having no positioning size at all and just not being logical. Because how in the hell do you become logical when you're illogical like that? But MACD is completely died on the bear side. They have not gap filled below. They really just channeled down slowly, so slowly but surely, grabbing liquidity at every single step along the way. So that people don't know if the shit's going higher or lower. But honestly, man, Palantir bull trapping, so shite. Please. I don't know. We're really at the floor, but things going so. This is, it's crazy. This is seriously what happens in futures nighttime. This is what happened tonight too. I think it did something like this, and then it went up, and then it just started going up, but last night, I'm just saying, right? There's some actions that this is just straight up not moving, ranging down a little bit, building liquidity, not even gap filling. The VWAP's not the VWAP. You can't even call this coming down. This is straight up not. They're not going down the VWAP on purpose, right? While destroying all the calls somehow, while not paying out the puts, right? While the thing's going lower, while QQQ is going lower, right? And the VIX going higher, right? Everyone's saying the VIX is going higher all day long, right? As if this shit makes sense, right? I'm telling you, they're holding up and doing this shit on purpose. This is weird. Building liquidity here for the FOMC event. Nobody knows, right? Everyone is saying higher and lower because there's so much shit up there and so much shit down here now, and it's just completely bounce down, bounce down, bounce down, bounce down, up down. Look at this big boom up, and we played in there for 1 hour. We didn't even break that. That's the crazy part, right? When this spike happened, I said, hey, this is literally a cycle, but happening in reverse. We're getting a big boom up and then cycle happening instead of cycle happening and then a big boom up or something. Big boom up and then down, 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 up, down, down. Like, cannot even advanced level, all right? Advanced level market maker, class 101. End of September. Today is end of October. Today is basically, right, numerically speaking, October 29th, October 30th, October 31st. Should be crazy. All right. I'm not even saying down, but I'm just saying it should be crazy movement wise, but we're not doing anything. So we're just consolidating still, going lower, but consolidating as if we're about to blow up or go lower or something, but doing nothing. And the event's happening. Their earnings is today. All the earnings for all the mega caps are today and tomorrow. But 1/3 is today. 1/3. What is this on the Qs? Right? Creating an algo range and trying to break the algo range lower. This shit is almost on purpose. My chart just broke. Look at the pre-market. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Pre-market fucking insane. I ain't gonna lie. This is what I meant by I wasn't even talking about this part. I was talking about this part. It was doing up, down, 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 up, down. But I guess all night long into today happening. Almost directionless, right? SPY did go lower, sure, from morning open, sure, but like it's almost directionless because of the pre-market. If you look at the pre-market, we are in between the 415 top at 689. We are above the 535 bottom at 687.76. So if we do drop, right, 687.76 maybe coming, right? If we do go up, 689.45 will probably be target, right? But I mean, they're honestly creating a big ass wedge. If you look at the pre-market and today's action, everything combined, mega wedge. A fucking, I don't even know what to call this shit. The 4:30 a.m. doesn't even show up on SPY. That's the part. It doesn't even show up because it's so up there. Shows up on the ES, but all right, we have 200 people here, guys. Hit the like button, right? Jerome Powell, FOMC live at 2:30, right? Rate cut decision coming out at 2 p.m. So hopefully you guys join us for that. It will be a God bless moment. It will be a very, very anticipated thing. So hopefully you guys join us for that. But if you are new, hit the subscribe button as well. But hit the like button most importantly, please. Thank you. Thank you. Right, we're gonna start drawing out these cycles, okay? There's an algo range creating at 11:40 at the floor. The candle coming in crazy bearish now. Again. Time is 11:50. They're going lower again, but it's literally stair-stepping down. Like that is a strong push down. They're stair-stepping down every single time. QQQ going lower now. Look at QQQ. Oh my god, what do I do? QQQ. Did not break the floor. Right? We have to draw out what's going on. Right? There's a lot of FOMO going on here, but there's a lot of confusion that's going on here too. The cycle has not created yet. It did not break the floor. It's in between 1140 and 1140, and another algo range here, giving everybody hope, delaying everything. 688. Wild stuff going on. Continuous lower on QQQ with the divergence. This is crushing the bulls, but also it's like risking, you know what I mean, scaring danger for bears as well by doing this, right? Divergence lower, divergence lower, divergence lower. It's like scalping almost. This shit is scalpy as hell. The LOD didn't break either. This is ranging. Market is range bound. Range trading almost. That is disgusting. Alright, the floor is now bouncing. Right now the floor. This is the true LOD test, LOD hope bouncing, but I mean this could be faked out too. Why? Because every single bounce has been faked out. So even if this goes higher to here, here, or here, at some point, actually I'm not gonna speculate on that. All right, I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio right now. There's a lot of puts maybe right now too. Just the cycle is a little bit weird. It's scary as hell to trust these because the cycle is literally 1-2 minute pump and then cycle happening. 1-2 minute pump and then cycle happening. Like it's atrocious, atrocious. It just goes up so fast and then starts cycling. Instead of cycling and then going up, we're cycling and then going down. It goes down and then cycles too, I guess. Candle coming in weird. Right, that is crazy. Bull trap and a half building on that candle alone. But that doesn't mean that might go now. Right, there's so many fucking puts down here too now. That's the thing. On this move, on this slow action, they built a lot of puts here. A lot of calls up there too, but there's a lot of puts. So even if they go lower, it's not good. That's dangerous shit. Scary stuff. It's a mountain of puts now too. There's a mountain of puts too. I'm not gonna lie, they built a lot of fucking puts down here too. So, god damn, I don't know if that's all of us or retail or smart money or everyone, but oh man, this is not easy. It's barely moving. That's the market is literally consolidating. I'm not gonna lie. Barely. Look at this. Down, up, down. It's a bit. We're stuck here. There's a box. 930 to 930. It's a disgusting range. It's not losing yet. Not flying yet either. It's just, man, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. FOMC is too far out. FOMC too far out. Sorry, I didn't mean to change the SPY chart. Do you guys mind if I watch Palantir? Or do you want to watch QQQ? We could go back and forth from it, but if people want to watch QQQ, we will. Switch over as well. Alright, we'll just watch QQQ. San Wong said watch Palantir. Is it okay? I bet. Don't mind. It's literally doing the same thing. QQQ is actually in a knife though. So the day this breaks out in bear traps, I mean, honestly speaking, why do I feel like a bounce is coming right now? Like 60% shit. Oh my god, I feel like they're about to burn the fuck out of the 0DTs. I'm in SPY, a couple of 0DTs too, but like I'm scared as fuck. I don't know, this is just terrible. I still have my Fridays too. It's just terrible though, this is. Mid Palantir, man. That's terrible. That's the worst of the worst. Unless they drop it. Oh my lord. QQQ is interesting though. It continuously pops down every single bounce trend. SPY looks like it should bounce. It could just reject just on that fact alone, right? Every single time QQQ looks like it should go bounce, it's going high and lower. Right? I'm not even saying one time, but every single time. That's weird. Somewhere since here. 11:15. But there's a lot of puts on SPY, so. Alright, fair. 50-50. Alright, until the low of this candle breaks at 11:48. That candle coming in like that. Candle coming in weird. Today is a confusing day. It is giving bulls hope, bears hope on every single cycle. It is getting everybody involved. Bull and bear. That's what it feels like. Alright, I'm gonna go look at Palantir. QQQ and SPY almost identical right now. Palantir identical to QQQ2, so damn. FOMC in 2 hours. It's already, man, that's how time moves, folks, right? Time fucking flies. That is one thing about life that is a reality, right? In a blink of an eye, day's already over. In a blink of an eye, it's literally an hour past. In a blink of an eye, it's been 5 minutes. It's disgusting. Surprise to life. But man, oh man, oh man. I keep changing charts. I'm not gonna do that. This thing has no hope except SPY and QQQ. And SPY and QQQ looks so annoyingly holding the day strong. I am not gonna lie. If it's not going on that candle, that is just, this is completely different. Right? They bounced it to 11:55. They rejected 2 and then bounced at 11:55 too, creating an algo range. Let's see what happens. Time is 12, so every single time they're going lower, big green candle comes. That's the weird part. That's why I'm saying weird, right? Going lower, big green, right? Lower, big green. Lower, big green, lower, big green. It's not even, it's all day long. On SPY, all day long. This shit should have broken through like about 4 or 5 times now. But market wants to hold, market wants to say no.
top in here. 688 again we are at. 688.12. Man, that is a huge candle though. 1155. No volume, but the bears are trying right now in the higher time frame. Just no, I can't even. No volume, but QQQ bringing SPY down. I think volume on the 15, no volume on the 1 and the 5 now. That is the crazy part. Look at the fucking volume today too. No volume, almost. They're waiting until FOMC, but the thing is going crazy. Chart's going crazy already with no volume. Right, maybe that's why it's almost directionless going lower, because there's not a lot of volume. Right, they're waiting until FOMC, and then we all go nuts, and then the thing just gets fucking 3/4 volume of the day out of nowhere or something, because time is already 12. Time is already 12, and you know, we're still like this, so what is like this? I mean, we're making a lower, smaller, you know what I'm saying, right? The rare diamond pattern holding. I thought it was gonna create a higher low or something, but I guess it's still a higher low. Lower high, higher low. MACD and the volume needs to come. Candles need to be consecutive for anything. The low needs to break, and then it needs to be candle and the consecutive for anything. Until then, show. Candle dancing. The candle is dancing on SPY. It's literally dancing. Oh my god, it's dancing left and right with a salsa dance, like a little. Oh my. I just want a nice push. 12 o'clock, 2 hours left until FOMC. Bears are trying here. LOD testing for the third time. Fourth time. Surely it's about to break through now. Surely it's about to break through now. Oh my. Thing is, futures channeling it lower. Wow. On QQQ. It's like I'm watching NQ and ES midnight right now. And 1 sec. All right, the bears are here, trying, folks. QQQ is abnormally going lower now. This is abnormally going lower on higher time frame, and the candles on the 5 minutes stacking, but barcoding stacking because the bulls are trapped at the tippy top, and they are just slow burning. trying to neutralize it, but there's also bears in SPY, so they sure as hell ain't making this shit easy. That is. Time is now 12:05. They gotta break the floor here now. Now or never. QQQ wants to do it now or never. Ding is in a 3/3. If this lower, bearish, bearish. This is actually bearish. This is 3/3, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Extending cycle is LOD broke. They're about to go more. Okay, I'm not out. Fucking crazy. I'm targeting 687. LOD broke 12:05. Alright, I need another red candle or two. These are massive candles. Wind direction is south right now. QQQ is going. Fake ass candle. Joe bitch ass out of here candle. Bounce trying. 12:05 LOD. That's what I thought, boy. 40 seconds. Maybe waiting until 12:10. What the fuck? Alright, I'm leaving my 676 puts up right now. Leaving 50% up. I have a bunch left out. I need LOD. LOD. Sorry, not previous day, 4 p.m. Bears are heavy. 12:05. We are in the 3/3. Candles are stacking on the Qs. Ooh, that's a huge, huge, huge cycle. Bounce trying. Bounce trying. Time is 12:10 in 9 seconds. 9 seconds. Come on, I'm the best. God did, God did, God did, God did, God did, God did, God did. One more. God did, 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 God did. Please, God did, 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 God did. Palantir, bolt trap, fucking crazy. Alright, please. God did, 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 God did. Alrighty. Damn, the video at 2:05. Bouncing. 12:05. Time is 12:10. The LOD broke into 12:10, creating a divergence on the floor. Wind direction is still south officially showing. We are bounce trying though at 12:10. Twelve, 10. I'll go range. This is the now previous LOD turned into resistance and or support. These two lines, we will mark them. Previous low of the day. All right, I think that's going to be left into setup later. Turned into resistance and or support. All right, we are literally right back to where we were, 11:55 on this bounce. 12:10. 12:10 bounce to 12:10. If this rejects here, it will create an algo range on QQQ. QQQ is in a downward trend until something has changed. It has not changed. It has been knifing. It could knife more. All right, hit the like button, folks. All right, QQQ heading lower, and bears are strong here. We have 180 people, guys. Let's hit the like button. We have 105 likes. Hit the like button so we can get the algo range going for the FOMC rate cut meeting. We want the thing to be over 200 people. FOMC, hopefully people come in during those time, but I think we will be. Right, the algo range should kick in. It is in 2 hours, so help me out. Hit the button. Push it up. 2. If this breaks this low, it's knifing. On the higher time frame MACD alone. Okay. Look at the 15-minute MACD right now. Right? Palantir is bull trapped heavy. It wants to go lower, I think. I don't know. It's bear trap too, so maybe it's gonna find support at like 193. I wouldn't be surprised. All right. Look at the MACD on the fucking SPY though. It's coming in so sneaky. Right, so sneaky. Same as yesterday. There was no sell, so it just went higher. Now there's no buy on the 1 or 5 minute, and it's just sliding and sliding a little bit lower, a little bit lower. Look at this shit. Crazy. They broke the low again on QQQ. 12:10. So there's like 6 floors now. 6 floors that turned into previous LOD turned into resistance and the support on QQQ. Here, 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 here. Right. So at which floor is the thing gonna bounce? I have no idea, but there has to be a cycle time confirmation at best. The thing keeps popping, no cycle confirmation, going lower, and then confirmationing lower with the cycle. You know what I mean? Confirmation is not there long because it keeps popping it up, and then inside channel drop. Right? We said that when 40 minutes ago, and they're still doing it. You guys see that, right? Pop up crazy, channel, a little bit higher, fake out, drop. Pop up crazy, channel, drop. Pop up crazy, channel, figure it out. That is serious overnight future shit going on, but in market hours. I'm not gonna call it future shit, but it's just what you see a lot happen overnight when people are. Right, overnight is actually, it's basically the same thing, but this is more right crazier overnight because it's almost directionless overnight. It's just fucking full on bullish. So they really do be like that. This is the most horrendous hold ever. I'm not gonna lie, this is the most horrendous hold ever, but I guess I don't know. It's just how fucking they do it. This is not much.
Not much. Just a whole lot of trapping and confusing and slowing down and going fast and slowing down and going fast. That's what it is. Range building, range breaking, range building, range breaking, range building, range breaking. Range break, range building, range break. What did I say, right? People just look at candles and they're like, oh yeah, oh my god, calls, oh my god, 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 and look, right? Look, can't even make this shit up, right? When did I say this? As it was going up. You can't even make this shit up, right? I deduct before the fact. Big difference. Bounce happening. Like, I don't even know if bulls or bears are in control. They're just teasing both. Right? Palantir has a chance to roll down here on this shit. Whatever's going on this, but maybe I'm dreaming here too. I'm really wanting this to go more. I'm kidding. It's oversold. It's being bought back. Trying from 12.10 into 12.15. Market is waiting for the FOMC. Rate cut decision. Look at the VWAP. VWAP barely coming down. Disgusting. Nice. These candles, like, do something. Man. Continuous downward trend. Do something. No volume. Just oversold and being bought back. FOMC in 2 hours. FOMC in 2 hours, guys. Am I in a trade? Yeah, I'm in SPY. I'm in Palantir. Ah. 12.10. Bounce to 12.15. And the MACD is so tiny. But we have hit some sort of algo range that we made earlier. Looks like at 1140. And the thing is deciding whether to reject into 1220 or to continuously go higher into 1220. Not a lot of strength behind these bull pushes yet, unless they're faking out. Unless the bulls are really about to push and they're faking out. Look at that rejection. I don't know. QQQ was the one rejecting first,
And this could be a pullback to go long, maybe, but I mean, the risk is there, I think. SPY is maybe. I could see maybe extended up here. I could see maybe extended up here, but I just don't know. I don't think it has a lot of direction right now. It just continues. It's either going to barcode or it's going to chop down lower. That's what I think. Right? That's what it's continuously been doing. So I think until FOMC comes on, or right until FOMC, I think the environment or the setting, whatever's been happening, is going to be like a magnet. No matter if it's like neutral we've been chopping, or no matter if it's downward chopping. I think that's until something changes. That's what's going on. That's what I think. Right, QQQ. Let's draw some sort of channel from the high today, 10 a.m. to right now. There's some sort of channel we could draw, and then downward as well. It is constantly respecting somewhere here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're gonna leave that like that. Looks good. All right. If you guys think that looks poopy, if you guys think that looks good, ooh. All right, now going to the top of the algo range somewhere. Let me know. All right, there were actually delayed showing. Right, now it's 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, somewhere up there. Or they extend it and go more. Another cycle is building from the LOD 10, 15, 10, 10 into 1020. That is 1020. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, kicking out live right now in front of our eyes. Right, cycle happening because there's probably a lot of bears down here. 0 DT. Algo range perfectly reached. All right, now most likely hover here or run to VWAP. Possible. Palantir bouncing too. We're breaking out of some sort of downward trend, in a bigger downward trend, in a bigger downward trend. So not out of the woods, just playing with algo ranges cycles are creating. That is a crazy chase candle, annihilating, punishing. 3:30 immediately. What is that doji candle on Q? Time is 12:25 in 50 seconds. A big doji candle on QQQ and SPY. If they go lower, they sure as hell is showing bullish to go lower. If they go higher, they show as hell sure bearish. It's almost 50-50 now. Alright, now is time to do a pull, but I mean, we just watch. I don't know. I don't want to really do pull on every single point, but it's so FOMC in 2 hours is the most important thing of the day. All this is just little cycles building, sadly. Little cycles, medium cycles, and FOMC will be the finale cycle most likely. It always is, right? 2 to 4, always crazy, so the volume coming in bullish on the Qs. MACD bearish, volume died on the 5. 15. So they're showing bearish, but not too bearish in a way. All this shit, right? They're showing bearish, but not too bearish in a way. That is actually halfway of the drop. Not gonna lie, almost. Today's so neutral. That thing literally going up like nothing meant. And it goes down every time, like it's so dumb. This is quite cycle extended now into 1225. Algo range perfectly touched on the Qs. Algo ranging on SPY. Look at the VWAP just staying here because we keep doing bounces like this. It's like 3, at least 3, or at least 2. Look at QQQ, right? 1, 2, 3. You guys see that, right? 1, 2, 3. So whether this is real or not, I don't know, but that's what I'm seeing. Yeah, I call out what I see. Q's going bullish still. Like all these floors, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 previous floors. All of them broke. If you guys remember when we were coming down, we were calling out like 6 or 5 floors, right? All of them broke up. Almost all of them. That is a crazy bounce, and also not a coincidence that it did that, right? These algo ranges, I had some of them marked, right? Some of them extended. That shit is not a coincidence. This is perfectly theta burning. Oh no. I want to go look at Palantir, but the market is more important right now here. No cycle confirmation, nothing. We are below VWAP. Rejection trying at 1230. This is just a 3/3 Algo range being used to create a cycle. Pullback happening. Respecting downward trend maybe. Faking out, bouncing at the downward trend maybe. Fomc coming live in 2 hours. Soon. The wind direction was continuously south today. We broke out of the downward trend. Let's see if it hovers here or if it flips the VWAP or comes back to the downward trend and finds support or something. Right. The arrows say the wind direction is south from 10 to 1205. We are bounce trying at 1205. The wind is north or neutral until the cycle time confirmation and the candles and the volume says that it is no longer north or neutral, or it is north or neutral, staying in between the pivot point 1 and 2. $12.30. Not much confirmation happening, but they are just candle rejecting at 12:30. It's still 12:30 for 2 minutes, and the MACD is trying to show squeeze, but it's dying bullish, but also it's like trying to be overbought. So QQQ is neutral, interestingly. Oh, it's more bullish. Never mind. Breaking higher, no confirmation, at least going lower. They're just going higher. Cycle is something, because the 3/3 has to be smaller, so it has to be like this. Go into the VWAP. At the VWAP. Now this is at the VWAP. The 3/3 has to be up here, and the 1/3, 2/3 has to be like this because the 3/3 is smaller. At the VWAP, trying to flip it north. Market made a perfect yin and yang almost. Yin and yang almost. Palantir is back at 196. Some news on Palantir again. Palantir and Lumen, whatever Lumen is. This is something. It's living up to the name of the chop. Stayed up. $1 up for 25 minutes, but it's so crazy because there's so many fucking goddamn zero DTs everywhere. Like, holy shit. Bears are rejecting here. Some sort of trend line is also breaking down from here to here. No cycle confirmation though, it is just 1235. So 1230 rejection at the VWAP to 1235. It's just 5-minute cycle. 5-minute cycle. Alright, until the low of that 3/3 box breaks, that means basically nothing. Until algo range breaks here, candle stack, volume turns red, until this breaks, nothing. Still above some sort of ascending channel, maybe in a bigger ascending channel. I don't know. Could be. Could be. I need FOMC to drop SPY like $10, and also Palantir like $5. That would be fucking it. Ah, that would be it. All right, let's do a poll, folks. All right, time for a poll. FOMC up, FOMC down. Simple poll. All right. Oh. Wow. Jennifer says down. Follow down. Octagon down. Kumar down. Chris thinks down. Future says I think up. Russian says down and then up. So zigzag. Dave says FOMC I think up. Matt says up. So 2 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 versus 5. 6 versus 5. 2 people voting up in the WhatsApp group. FOMC direction will be question mark in your opinion. 2 people voting up. 2 people voting down. Jason says down. J&J says down. So I think we have like 2, maybe 3 more down than up. Someone else just voted down on this red candle too. So that is a fair statement too. Someone just voted on the end of that candle. So your vote almost doesn't count. All right. No, I'm kidding. Your vote, everybody's vote counts. All right. Time is 12:40. They're confirmation lowering right now from VWAP, right? 12:30, 12:35, going lower if the candle stack, if the MACD turns red, I said 2 minutes ago, right? If the algo ranges break down here, if the 3/3 bottom breaks down here, there's some sort of case for a LOD. Until then, nothing. Even here, you can be like, oh, maybe here, and then bounce maybe. Oh, but like, until then, it is above a bullish channel. You could say conservatively, there's another bullish channel here, technically speaking, that it could come right back up to. So, to be fair, let's draw that. So now we're not bearish bias, right? So we're like neutral bias. Technically, it looks like we're right on it. So we'll see what happens with that. I'm going to delete that in 5 minutes because I don't like having too many lines. Do note that time is 12:40. Bouncing right on it. So there has to be some sort of line for now. Q, Q, Q. Looking disgusting. I might delete this. I might delete this. Man, more people saying down now than up. I feel like they're about to nuke this shit up now. FOMC is nowhere nearby. It is an hour and 30 minutes away, but cannot lie, we're building a lot of liquidity here, right? So somewhere here to here, everybody's strapped. Everyone above, everyone below, and we're just in a box right now. That is something that can be said. I don't want to draw this box, but usually we would draw a purple box and be like, hey, we're range bound until range breaks. But right now, clearly, the thing is just crazy. Everyone's mixed. There's two downward trends, right? One that's like really liberal and one that's conservative, and this one's like the second one, but we're on the top. From Palantir going back up, showing either VWAP flips or it rejects. Small cycle. This is what you call small cycle building, right? Small cycle building. Within a bigger cycle. The closer we get to FOMC, the more volatility I expect in terms of the size of the candles. But right now, frozen. Wow. What is this? I'm gonna run to the bathroom. What's the word? This is egregious. Like they burned the calls, they burned the puts. Man. It's actually can't even make this shit up. Can't even make this shit up. Fucking pumping now. VWAP crossed. 12:45. Cycle got extended. This, I don't know. This shit can't even make this shit up though. They did. Algo range broke above VWAP. Candle coming in crazy at VWAP. Shit. Palantir bounce is the worst. I mean, this is almost a midpoint. Oh my god, it is the exact midpoint. I'm shorting this shit SPX. No confirmation, nothing. Gap down, gap filled. 1245 to 1250. Confirmation didn't even build. Cycle didn't even build. Alright, most likely pro gonna leave and then cycle gonna build and then something gonna happen. What is this candle? Cute, 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 trying to drag down lower. Yeah, bear's coming on the Qs. 1245. What the f? Alright, most likely bounce cycle and then confirmation gonna happen. Or not. Or cycle building or bear trap. Cycle building or bear trap. Cycle is not building. Just going candle by candle lower into 1250. Cycle didn't even build. Alright, now cycle building. Now cycle building. They're so fucking good. Oh my. 1250. Right? They did that push on purpose and now cycle building to confirm to go higher or lower. In this small cycle. Damn, they're building these cycles on me. I'm going too fucking fast and they're building these cycles on top of me to just trap. That is just toast. Please reject that VWAP. Come on. Perfect bounce on that trend line. And back to the middle. Can't even make this shit up. 1245 to 1250 and now they're back to the middle confirming to do something. Break even. That's fucking crazy. Oh my god. Either this thing rejects at 1250 or it runs into 1255 now. Man, I want like a 5-minute push. A VWAP.
55. That is a tremendous cycle. Holy fuck. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4 big red candles, smart money leave, and then they cycle, let it confirm. But that is crazy. Oh my lord. No volume on the 1 and the 5 again. Just 15 pulled back, whatever this volume, whatever this is. Whatever this volume is. Fuck. It's pissing me off. It's about to fucking. God damn. Palantir is always. Palantir up there too. Palantir needs to go to 181 tomorrow. I need to wake up at 181 tomorrow on that shit. God fucking dude, please. Oh my gosh. Barely any cycle confirmation happening, just above VWAP. Alright, FOMC in 1 hour. Alright, rate cut decision at 2 p.m. guys. Volatility will come from 2 to 2:30. We will be live for the FOMC rate cut decision when Powell comes on. All right, guys, I just grabbed some food, so give me 2, 3 minutes. I am eating. You gotta watch out here. They reset the 0 DTE, guys. The higher time frame MACD could turn bearish again. It could pull back to somewhere here, 688, I'm thinking, but we'll see. I'm trying to get the fuck out, honestly. I'm gonna wing my SPY into FOMC, but SPX, I'm trying to get out below 688. I'm eating, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. I am trying to get an exit on my SPX. No movement on SPX or QQQ. QQQ needs to reject here for anything. So bad. Could trick bulls or bears, honestly. It's like no. MACD is slightly bearish. QQQ is just algo ranging. There's an algo range here at 1 p.m. on QQQ. That is something to keep in mind. There's also a divergence on the floor.
I think they're resetting things right now. But for some reason, I think LOD about to come before Powell. And then clear the divergence. And then bear trap into FOMC maybe. And then figure it out at 3. Or sorry, 2. 2 to 2:30, and then Powell comes on. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. QQQ. Looking more bullish than SPY. Alright, I'm done eating. Time is 1:10 in 10 seconds. Alright. We gotta watch the QQQ 5-minute MACD. Different. And QQQ stronger than SPY right now. It's so hard to drop 60 cents. Like, come on. I need some water. Fuck. The Bears are here, but they're struggling. QQQ is trying. Finally, so slow. Alright, things are finally gonna expedite, I think. I want a big ass candle, like a fucking LOD candle. Oh my god. Ay. Wake up. Wake up, SPX. Wake up. Wake up! God. Come on. Wake up! Wow, sideways. Crazy ass sideways since pre-market. What the fudge? We're in 688. Completely. At least 50% of the people must be thinking new candle coming now or something. I'm low-key thinking that. Like, oh my. 50% saying new coming, 50% saying rejection coming. This is something. Perfectly in the middle right now. Look at the VWAP touch. Right, I'm going to draw the purple box now. We're going to leave this for FOMC. We will see what happens. We have an intraday range right now. We're not breaking at all. We're going to leave that. That's like the daily average, I think. Anything above that got killed. Anything below that also got killed. So we We are drawing an intraday range, folks, for FOMC right now. We are going to color this box different. This is our news catalyst box. We are range bound right now. $1.15. We're getting near the time. This is it. We are near the time. And there's some videos on CNBC, but don't know which one. All right, we'll start with the ones that have the most views. All right, guys. This is from CNBC, so this is mainstream media. Whatever you want to put importance on that, right? Well, this is news-based. Tomorrow, President Trump is meeting President Xi of China. And then there's also some news on Microsoft earnings and AI stuff.
China's President Xi. Our Eamon Javers in Washington with more as we continue to digest the news out of the Japanese meeting, Eamon, and the South Korean meeting.
Yeah, good morning, Carl. President Trump arrived in South Korea overnight, and he met with President Lee of South Korea during the APEC summit there. He was presented with the nation's high honor medal for contributions to South Korean national security and given a replica of a historic crown as a personal gift from the South Korean president. Trump and the South Korean leader quashed hopes, though, of a meeting with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, with Trump saying the timing simply didn't work out on that for this trip. But he did have some positive things to say ahead of tomorrow's widely anticipated meeting with Xi Jinping, which is actually going to happen at about 10 or 11 p.m. East Coast time here in the United States tonight. Take a listen.
President Xi of China is coming tomorrow here, and we're going to be, I hope, making a deal. I think we're going to have a deal. I think it'll be a good deal for both.
Candles are.
And that's really a great result. You know, that's better than fighting and going through all sorts of problems and, you know, no reason for it. I think it's going to be a great deal for both.
The two leaders also spoke about the prospect for nuclear-powered submarines for South Korea, joint shipbuilding efforts and manufacturing in the United States. Despite that upbeat rhetoric, though, the two sides were not able to conclude a comprehensive trade deal. The U.S. and South Korea developed a framework.
Let's talk to Goldman Sachs' head of investment credit, Johnny Fine. Nice to have you back here at Post 9.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
We get 25. What else do you think we get in terms of a sense as to where things stand for the year ahead?
I think we'll get a reaffirmation that there'll be a cut again in December. I think you'll hear that in the press conference. I don't think there's anything that we've learned about the real economy or the labor market that changes the summary of economic projections that we got at the last Fed meeting. So I think in line for another cut in December, at which point I think the Fed will want to take stock and see how things look early in the new year. My perspective is that I actually think things are going to look very, very good.
Candles are trying to go to the bottom of the purple, but there's barely any cycle
So
here.
it wouldn't surprise me
Cycle
at
inside
all
a
if the
cycle
Fed's
inside
on
a cycle,
hold for a more
channeling.
protracted
Fine.
period of time, as opposed to the two
It
cuts
is really
that are
up to the
priced in by
15 and
next
the
summer.
30 and the 1 hour
Is
MACD.
it possible that we have a decent
Doji
growth
candle
outlook,
coming.
but not a particularly good employment outlook? You know, we've sat here the last few days talking about significant layoffs at
Doji
companies.
candle on
just
the
at the
30 and the
beginning
1.
of sort of trying to understand what AI is
MACD
impacting in
bearish,
terms
still
of
on the
job
higher
growth.
time frames.
How does that set up for next year?
So that's the big question. Are we going to see a divergence or an ongoing divergence between growth and the labor market? And I think the reality is that what we're seeing right now in the labor market is companies pre-positioning for future efficiencies and productivity gains that will come on the back of AI, as opposed to making layoffs as a function of AI-related technologies that can be adopted today. At the same time, as I think growth will take off in a more pronounced way as we get into 2026, I have to believe that that's going to drag the labor market with it. Maybe not quite to the same degree as we would have seen in prior years, as I think that that CEO corporate mindset with regards to hiring will still be intact, but I think it will improve the quality of the labor market nonetheless.
You want to take a crack at cockroaches and contagion? What's been your thinking behind some of those comments recently?
So, look, with respect to where we are in the credit market, we've been in the golden era of credit for a couple years now.
Bears are trying.
When you get to this
Bottom of the
level
purple
of
box.
where we are in spreads, there are undeniably going to be some issues that we find under the surface. And you've seen, obviously, a couple of high-profile, high-yield defaults. You're starting to see some strains in the lower end of the U.S. consumer, particularly around subprime. So unsurprising that we're going to start to see a little bit of a noise at the lower quality end of the spectrum. But the fact that that would create broad contagion to the banking sector or other parts of the market, to me, I think those are somewhat far-fetched. At the same time, it clearly warrants watching. And if I'm looking at where we are in the spread market today, it makes me feel like we're priced for kind of really good things, writ large. And I would say there probably is a little bit of risk to the downside.
Bears
but I
are
don't
trying.
think that we're near the
It really
point of
depends on
having
what happens right
broad-based
here.
contagion.
In this
And
little
what
area,
are some of the key
bottom of the
parts of
purple
your
box.
expectations for further growth and increased growth next year? Is it largely rate related or other things?
I think it's really going to be driven by the ongoing
How dangerous?
Bears are trying on SPY. I just want this algo range, honestly, coming in. Just want it fucking fast and a big candle.
Microsoft reporting today. Steve Kovac has more. Hey, Steve.
Yeah, that's coming
Come
after
on.
the bell today, Leslie. And the key thing to watch here is that Azure growth fueled,
Data
of course,
killing
by
me.
artificial
Oh my God, it's
intelligence.
actually
Now,
fucking
this
crazy.
all goes back to
Candles are
yesterday's
stupid.
OpenAI deal. They're committing, OpenAI rather, is committing $250 billion in Azure spend over the next several years. The difference, though, between that deal we heard about yesterday, this is actually contracted, meaning they are good for that money. It's not a nebulous deal like we've seen OpenAI make with Oracle and so many other companies in recent weeks. And also, you can put away some worries about AI CapEx continuing. I was in Wisconsin last month looking at one of their new data centers from Microsoft being built right next to one that's nearly complete already. So before the first one even becomes online,
It's
they're
not
already building
easy.
the second
Cycle
one that's more
creating.
expensive.
It's
Now,
so
Microsoft also
slow.
told
This
us a few
shit
weeks
is like,
ago they
it must be
literally
bear
have so much
trapping. This
AI
shit is so
demand,
slow.
They cannot meet it. They're actually turning away customers. Now, CFO
Why
Amy
is
Hood
it so slow other
originally
than
predicted
for
they'd
it to
catch up
just
to that demand this year. That's
again?
now being pushed into 2026. As for that CapEx guidance
Or
for the
give
quarter,
Bulls hope.
they're
I don't know.
already
We're at the
trending
bottom
to
of the
spend
purple box,
$100
seeing
billion
what to do. Mark.
or more for the fiscal year ending next June. Leslie.
And you get the sense, Steve, that the market still likes that number
Deciding what
if
to
it
do.
goes up or if it's lower than that. How do you think the
Area
market
of
would
interest.
Yeah, it seems like it's all based on the
Area of
momentum. So the
interest.
difference here, Leslie, between what we hear from Microsoft and so many of the others is
5-minute
the
candle
demand
coming
is
in,
actually
stacking
there.
from
They're
VWAP.
seeing it so much that they cannot build
Candle
it fast
switching.
enough. So while we hear some like nebulous promises like from Stargate and Oracle and all these other companies when it comes to OpenAI, the OpenAI Microsoft relationship, the money is much more tangible and contracted as opposed to some kind of framework deal like that. So the demand is there. It keeps continuing. They can't even catch up when they thought they would. And I think we're going to hear more about that after the bell.
Bears are here. 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 Do something. Yes. Finally. Finally.
The Fed flying blind to tomorrow's rate decision. The market pricing in near certainty.
Finally something. I'm wanting more now. All right. Yeah, at this rate, they're about to go for LOD. Yeah, at this rate, they're about to go for LOD, I think, right? This shit fast. All right, one more video. I'm leaving SPX right now. I'm leaving SPX right now. I don't give a fuck. 5K out.
Thank you.
Out.
So choppy
Out.
in
I'm out.
services,
SPX
especially
out.
IT services. Is this? Are you turning a chapter here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go. All right, come on, Spy, come back alive. Come back alive. Come on.
Our revenue.
Beautiful.
We moved to the upper end on our margins. Our EPS growth has been
They
10 to 11%.
reset the shit and dropped it.
So we're very, very excited about the transformation we have taken up in the company over the last 2 years. You know, I've always said this.
Algo range. Perfect algo range hit. LOD testing in 5 minutes.
All the infrastructure
LOD testing in 5 minutes.
We think the value is going to drift to the front of that value chain. More businesses are going to adapt AI.
There's a gap
and
here.
We see this in two swim lanes.
Look at this gap.
The first swim lane is about software. I mean, traditionally we wrote software.
There's a 1 minute gap.
We implemented services around the microprocessor.
Either that's a
Software
gap hope
cycles are
for
now
bulls, or
assisted
they're about to
by
bear
AI.
trap and go to
We're
that.
the only company in a peer group which talks about how much code is written by machines.
Time is
As
1:30.
you
The
do
purple
more for
box
less,
blew down.
You actually get to do more because
Purple
technology
box
is
blew
elastic,
down.
Software is elastic. More technology is spent. So that's one part of our value chain. Then there's a second swim lane which has kind of evolved
they're
over
trapping
the last,
bulls for now.
few quarters, which is about
They're
agentic
trapping
AI.
bulls for now.
And
That's
applying
what
AI
I
on
see.
operations of enterprises, reinventing an enterprise.
LOD
reinventing the business
possible
process,
here.
reinventing the
I think
workflow.
LOD about to
We're
break,
doing that
honestly.
with a
We'll see.
combination of things. I mean, this is, remember, classical software did penetrate into enterprises a lot. You know, agentic capital is going to penetrate not just into enterprise software.
That
but
was
much,
crazy.
much beyond.
Perfect algo.
And the
Algo
opportunity of
range
labor
touched.
pools around it. You can actually create digital labor. And when you do so, you are actually going to reimagine the business, reinvent the process, and agentic cycles are very, very complex. So the heavy lift needed for the raw power of enterprise AI
Intraday purple
to be
box,
production
right?
grade, we think
This is
we
why
have this
intraday
unique
purple box is
opportunity.
important.
You know, you're going to
See
take
what I'm saying?
portions of the
How long were we playing in there,
deterministic
guys?
logic written in SaaS
12:10
software into
to
the agentic
1:05.
layer.
That's
You're
1
going
hour
to
long.
Create an interplay
right?
between human capital
I
and
drew that
digital
purple
labor
box
or
at the
agentic
perfect timing,
capital.
did I not?
That complexity.
That shit went
and
slow,
it's a
slow, slow,
contextual,
slow to the bottom of the
computing.
box, and I was like,
It's
hey,
your
it's going to the
feed
bottom of the
tribal
box.
knowledge. You're to feed
Perfect.
the workflows,
now
the
what?
data flows, the
Right.
hustle of the company
I want Palantir to
into
go lower.
the agents and layer the value. So if you take
my
both the
God.
swim lanes, layer them up.
Palantir
we think
really
we
not
have a
going
unique
lower until
opportunity to
FOMC
make
or something.
this,
This shit wants to
a
fake it out until the last
winning
even
combination.
market
We are on the
going,
winner's
but they don't
circle
care.
now on
Doesn't even matter.
on
This thing
relative
is
growth in
crazy.
comparison to our peers.
So as you talk to clients, then what are you hearing about using
Market deciding
AI
what to do at the
replace
floor, all right?
talent in the
Using two
workforce
bottom algo
versus
ranges
not
at the
hiring
floor.
out? There's
This
been
is
a bunch of
LOD,
pieces out
floor
over the
hope
course of
testing,
the last few
LOD.
weeks, just about what AI
Right.
is doing to the labor
Floor
pool, whether
hope
people are using
testing.
the technology.
Guys, we have
to accentuate their
205
current
people here.
workforce,
Can we
maybe
all
hiring more,
please,
but not
please hit
laying
the
off
like
people.
button?
How are you seeing
Right,
it
the
impact
rate cut
just
decision is in 30 minutes, guys. And Jerome Powell will be live speaking in 1 hour. We will be live streaming him, or live streaming Sir Jerome Powell on this channel, and we will be deducting together on the channel by just looking at the charts. All right. We are not I don't think I'm going to watch any more videos. All right, we're just going to wait for the Associated Press. Interest rate cut decision is coming at 2 p.m. and they're starting to wild out, right? 30 minutes before rate cut decision. This is something important starting to happen. 30 minutes before rate cut decision. There is a divergence at the floor, if you guys remember, right? If you guys remember, there's a divergence at the floor. We need to see if they're about to break the floor and clear the divergence before FOMC or not. Okay, that's what I would like to see, but I mean, I don't know. The low of the QQQ candle is 1210. The low of the SPY candle is 1205, right? Let's do a poll. If you think the divergence is going to clear, say, hey, I think the divergence is going to clear. If you think the divergence on the LOD is not going to clear, divergence is clearing right now, right? Vote. All right, we're doing a poll right now. If you think LOD breaking, say divergence is going to clear. If you think divergence is not going to clear, say divergence is not going to clear. I think the divergence is going to clear. That is my opinion. I don't know. Let's see. SPY is going for the LOD. This is still LOD floor hope testing until the floor breaks. The MACD is bearish on the 1, but the candle has not broke yet. Right? Everybody is saying clear. Divergence clear. Insider said clear. Octagon said clear. One person said voted no. So good. I don't want everyone to think LOD, and maybe they were saying no. Majority thinks LOD. Haha, that is possible too. This is true LOD floor testing. That is crazy. They went to the middle VWAP, right? If they're really going lower, they show super bullish, and if they're going higher, they're showing super bearish. There's no in between. Time is 1:30, and here we are at the floor. In 5 minutes, they went from 5, 10, 15 minutes, they went from the middle to the floor. The floor did not break by a couple of cents in this candle. Time is 1:30. 127 low has to break. There's an algo range on QQQ here as well, and near the floor. SPY is at the floor. Look at this algo range on QQQ that we drew 1 hour ago, right? It looked like it wasn't going to come back to the bottom, but it is now at the bottom. Thing is ranging somewhere here too. Could be wasting time, could be making people bearish at the floor for something. It's so close. Oh my god, come on. Palantir still bear trapped. Trapping. This is nasty work. From the middle of the purple box to in 15 minutes floor. Alright, this is roof hoping technically. Alright, midpoint hoping. All this shit. Floor hoping, floor hoping, midpoint roof, midpoint floor, midpoint roof, midpoint floor. Real floor. The most nastiest thing for it to come back. But that is the more I don't even want to say the highest likely possibility, but there's probably a lot of chases here. So, wow, I'm still in, but wow. I think I'm staying into FOMC or like a minute before FOMC, but wow. Or maybe they're showing super bullish today to just be bullish or to use it or something later. I don't know. Palantir not moving yet. Palantir literally keeps squeezing like crazy. I think it's gonna drop. I thought it was gonna drop. My bad. I thought it was gonna drop personally, but the thing keeps staying up, so I guess not. I'm scared it's gonna hover into tomorrow or run into tomorrow too. So algo, look at this algo. You cannot make this shit up. Why do we draw the algo range? Because people look at the candles right now and be like, "Oh, it's about to go to VWAP," but I'm telling you, there's an algo range right here. Something's weird. This is weird stuff. Weird stuff happening. 130. There's an algo range on SPY here too. 130, 130 right now. Right? Candle looks bullish, but there's no cycle confirmation. It's just the candle color being green right now, saying, hey, we're trying a bullish push since the bottom of the 130. We broke out above the top of the 130, but time is 135. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say, logically speaking. Right? The MACD died completely bear side too. That is true, but all I'm saying is beyond the volume, beyond the candles, right? I'm talking about deeper things. Time confirmation, cycle analysis, time confirmation, cycle analysis of the candle itself is letting us know that there's something going on here. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Whether you want to take me seriously or not, you watch. And then you make a decision. But you listen and just remember for the future, right? Whether that's good or bad. All I'm saying is I'm just calling out things that have happened to me. I'm calling out things I've seen before. So, you know what I'm saying? I hope some of you guys understand. All right, but this is what I mean by just watch the stream, and then the more people watch the stream, the more they understand what I do, right? I look at the momentum, I look at the time confirmation, I look at the cycle, I look at the trend direction, I look at the range, I look at the volume, I look at the VWAP, I look at the POC, I look at fucking everything. Time confirmation. So, you know what I'm saying? This is true, right? Everything, the most you can. And then higher time frame too, but still that's different, right? Price level and all that, but we are somewhere so crazy right now. Oh my god. I don't know, man. 20 minutes. FOMC. We are near the floor. LOD floor hope testing again. Trapping again. Right, we're gonna draw out this cycle fully. What happened now? Alright. They extended this cycle in some sort of sideways up. Right, this is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, somewhere to here. And then they use the 3/3 to go lower since 115 to 130. They didn't even break the floor, and then since 130 for 5 minutes it's bouncing. Right, if you look at it logically, it makes sense. Things don't have to be complicated, and things don't have to be, you know, bullshit. Things can be real, which is what I love about my system, because I don't really make shit up. I'm really just calling things out for what they are, candle wise, and what they're doing right there and then. Just coming to a different analysis of it compared to some looking at candle colors. That shit is dangerous. This is a very fast cycle too. 115 to 130. That's literally 15 minutes, and then bouncing for 10. That is no joke. It is really fast. Floor hope bouncing, actually, the market deciding to bounce it from the floor, trying. The market actually trying to bounce it from the floor, trying. Right? I am floor hoping now. Now I'm mad because Palantir is not going down on all this, right? I don't know. I'll be happy if, but now I'm waiting for FOMC. I was expecting somewhere down here, but wow, this is really not. I guess we're waiting until 2:30. I think market might be waiting until 2. So news comes out, more movement allowed. It's just so tight. So locked. Right? Bears are hoping this is gonna break and floor coming. Bulls are hoping we're gonna go back into the purple box or VWAP, and we might just range here until then. We might just range here until 2 is here in 20 minutes, so I guess so. I am trapped on Palantir. I'm not gonna lie. I have 202.5, 200 put, but this is really not good. This shit. It's at 197. Almost about to go to 200 all-time high, so. I'm gonna be tuning in too, Palantir, instead of QQQ at 2, so hopefully you guys don't mind that either. But staying so strong. We are not leaving 688 channel. Pre-market, intraday channel, I guess. Nope. Nope. 140. Volume is back building. Channel is creating at the bottom. Intraday channel. Going back to at least trying to show. That is 145. The world is dangerous, folks. Paper traders everywhere. Fake traders everywhere. You gotta be careful. It's funny as fuck. "15 minutes. Rate cut decision comes. Alright, this is almost divergence, hope trapping now. Floor. Something could happen here, but still, it is for now. Just like how it trapped all the bulls up there, it trapped all the bears down here using 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 at the floor. At the floor. A rejection trying, no confirmation yet, but there's also another cycle, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 here. Now the bulls are eating it in this small cycle trying. Let's see. I think they're waiting into 2, but I mean, they're giving me hope. Puts could come back here. Either 4 breaks on this push, or they're waiting until 2. I don't know. They clearly let the thing bounce too. Perfectly bounced at the bottom of the purple box. That is crazy. Algo range bouncing though. 145 rejected. 145 bounced for now until it goes lower than 145. Is 150 in 40 seconds. QQQ is at the top of the algo range. It is loading a lot. Okay. Right before we go into this event, we are gonna update the SPX put to call ratio. Decision coming in 15 minutes. And speech in 45. Neutral GEX. Slightly. And this purple box is positive, but like yeah, it's here we go. Time is 2. Get ready and focus, basically. Cycle extending higher. 150. We're back in the purple box, not from the floor. This is extending. Whether it is real or not, it is meant to be seen. Volume on QQQ, slightly sus. Volume on SPY bearish, candle weird. We are at the bottom of the purple box. This is an area of uncertainty. Area of uncertainty. Alrighty, I think it's time to switch over to Palantir. Palantir. Pumping up into FOMC. Getting her red eye. Here comes everybody. 2:30 p.m. FOMC. 30 minutes. And Palantir pushing HOD. HOD. SPY going up as well, back to VWAP. They shook out bulls and then going back up. That's crazy. Chasing. Killing bears. This thing is way extending now. They got theta burning today like crazy. I guess so many people going into everything. Wow. Up, down, up, down, up from the floor too. It's pretty crazy. "10 minutes. This is actually minutes. This is the official Federal Reserve channel. Well, it's this one instead of the Associated Press. $150 rejection, trying, no confirmation, nothing. And Palantir overbought now. The morning was crazy. This thing. Bottom of the purple box we are at again. Palantir could not break 200. The Federal Reserve is making a Fed rate cut decision in 6 minutes, folks. Let's get ready mentally. Let's prepare ourselves. Let's focus. Let's make sure we are ready for what is about to come. Time is 1:55.
And in 5 minutes, the rate cut will come out. Make your deductions. Make your decisions regarding yourselves. Alright, your mental decisions. Market is about to go wild in 5 minutes. 2 to 2:30, I feel like there's going to be a lot of volatility, where there is some sort of chop or some sort of something. That's what I'm thinking, but that's what it was last time. Market has literally been chopping. Palantir even went up, down, and then up. So this is completely chopped, but bullish chop Palantir. But yeah, I am hoping on something big on Palantir. Honestly, SPY, I just want down to like $2 and I'll be happy. I don't even care. So many damn thing. Market is being volatile already. Candles aren't. We went back in the purple box again, and then we're losing in the bottom of the purple box, trying again. Algo range may be coming into play, or we'll see. Time is 1:55. 2 p.m. is here in 1 minute and 36 seconds. One minute gap here. Right. Oh, you know what's crazy? There was a 1 minute gap here and it came back up and filled that, so that 1 minute gap could act as a hope for bulls, or it could trap bears using that. Market is pushing lower right now in 1 minute. Crazy candle in 1 minute from the purple box. FOMC is here. Event is live in 3 minutes. Rate cut is here in 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Let's hit the like button, folks. We have 211 people here. God bless you all. God bless this country. Prepare yourselves. Prepare yourselves. But hit the like button. Thank you all very much. If you are a new watcher, hit the subscribe button as well. Welcome to the channel. Man, anticipation. 2 minutes left. Alright, here we go. Rate cut decision. 0.25 basis points anticipated, 99%. $155 is bouncing to 2. SPY gap filling. It did not gap fill yet. It's filling right now. Filled. 1 minute gap. Time is 2. We're at the bottom of the purple box here. Time is 2 actually in 1 minute. I'm actually going to turn that screen on later. Time is 2. Rate cut decision is here. Here we go, folks, in 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh. Wow. That is a true FOMC candle. Wow. Where's HOD? Oh my god. Candle is wildin'. Green flashing. Man, don't tell me it's gonna chop. Oh my gosh. I think it's algo ranging at 2 here. This is a crazy candle. Almost nothing so far. Creating a range. Big 5-minute candle range. Top 687.93. Top 688.90. Bottom 687.91. $1 range. We're turning this one purple or yellow. Sorry, orange. Right at VWAP. Major resistance, major support. Time is 2:05. Candle is deciding still for 15 minutes here at VWAP. Red candle pushing. Time is 2:05. Algo range breaking down. Orange line breaking down. All supports breaking down. About to go gap fill. LOD here. Alright, this is bearish. They're about to go LOD gap fill. 99.9% chance. In my opinion. Come on, give me a God candle on SPY. Oh, 2:05. Huge candle. Algo ranging crazy right now. They just broke the floor though. Bouncing at 2:05. Trying. Candle finicky. I think bears are showing maybe in a candle or two. Bears are here. Gap fill. What the fuck is this candle? God fucking damn. Alright, I'm out of 676 puts, 60%. Super fast. Alright, what they've been doing, future stuff, but like in 1 minute candle going up, down, up, down, up, down, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, down, up, down, up, down, down. Can't even fucking get a good fill. I can't even get a good fill on this shit. This is... It's so fucking fast. If I can have Palantir come down, I'll be happy, but oh my gosh. It's so fast. Same spot. $210. Right. Contracts aren't even fucking moving, honestly. It's just stuck in between every single algo range. I don't even, I did not get fill. Green candle spike. FOMC wallet. From the floor, this is FOMC wallet. Oh, they really are going crazy from 2 to 2:30, huh? they really are going crazy. I didn't expect this much craziness, but this is really crazy. CNBC says here's what's changed in the Fed statement. Alright, I'm sending the Fed statements in the group chat. Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. Job growth has slowed this year. Unemployment rate has edged up but has remained low through August. More recent indicators are consistent with these developments. Inflation has moved up since early in the year. The committee decided to conclude
the reduction of its securities on December 1st. The committee, what is it saying? The committee decided to conclude the reduction of its securities on December 1st. Okay. Candles are crazy. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio. Man, they just set a LOD and bounced it right back to where it was. That 2-minute spike was crazy fast. So is it showing bullish for now? Is it bullish for now? Is it bear trap? I don't boat trap? Like, oh my god. It is actually. It's like stomach churning. Alright. I guess the only thing is this live stream. The actual Federal Reserve speech. Man, this volume's so weird too. Alright. Bears are pushing. This orange line is important. Bears are, I think, I don't know. I feel like there's going to be a minute or two where the candle hovers down there, but they keep bouncing it up for some damn reason today. For some damn reason today. It is so hard to get the fuck out. I cannot get the fuck out. Shit's wild. Just need one nice candle that hovers there for 13 seconds or some shit. 15 seconds and I'm good. Time is 2:15. Big 5-minute candle. 688.90. 687.40. Big in terms of today's range. Alright, this orange line. This orange line important. It's like a range right now. Bears are pushing. Time is 2:15, but ultimately this low has to test and break for it to be like bears are pushing. Until then, oh, bears are pushing. I want to say with my heart, but goddamn, it's so fucked. MACD coming bearish. Volume. Candle is so messed up right now. Time is 2:15 and 1 minute and 20 seconds. They're about to gap fill. Gap fill, gap fill, gap fill, gap fill, gap fill, gap fill.
And leaving some into this candle. Bounce is possible. I think gap fill is about to be maybe in a minute. 215. No way. Alright, this is new money world right now. Alright, only from 205, 210, 215 going on basically super. Wow. Wow? Question mark, question mark? No way. I need Palantir to come the fuck down. The fuck is it doing up there? Calm down. That sucks. This is crazy. Man. 13 minutes. This is sick. Wow. I mean, I mean, is nothing gonna happen into FOMC now? Like, I mean, um, these spike candles are hideous, right? Look at how big these spike candles are right now. Oh my god. This is hideous. 687 to 688, man, this shit is hideous. Man. They're, the FOMC scalping, they are like, what the fuck? What is this? Are you guys having fun? Is this horrendous or what? This is horrendous. This is like the ultimate hope, ultimate test, ranging crazy. Down, up, down, up.
ranging at the bottom of the fucking orange line. This is actually horrendous. 9 minutes. All right, 9 minutes. Something happened in 9 minutes. All right. Everybody say good afternoon or good whatever when he says, okay? What he says. Man, when Powell comes on, everyone make sure you say good afternoon or good evening, whatever he says. Make sure you say it back. Respect the country, respect the event. Time is 2:20. Bears are pushing lower. Every single time they bounce, they are. This is retarded. They are scalping lower. Alright. But in a way that is so man. So weird. It's weird. Alright, Palantir great. Not weird. Palantir amazing. God bless this country. God bless America. Palantir amazing. I love Palantir. I love Palantir. Palantir is my friend. I love Alex Karp. I love Sir Alex Karp. Right. I love Palantir. Just don't do me dirty. Stop. My nose is itchy. Oh man. You cannot believe it though. These algo rangers are actually like you know what's crazy? It's not even 1:30. It's like from earlier in the day. Like, what are we doing? What the fuck? Look at this shit. Look at this. They're going lower, but like, look at this. Like, what is this? You cannot make this up, right? Algo range, algo range, algo range, algo range, orange line, algo range, algo range. You cannot make this up. Oh my god, they're about to go gap fill. Alright, most likely gap fill. Bearish. Momentum, MACD volume, bearish. That is crazy. Oh my lord. What is this volume? No volume basically still. No continuous. They're on a different breed with this one. Either this about a, alright. Either this about a drop or this about a pop. I think drop, but they're different breed. MACD coming in different. Alright, they're coming in like a hot dog. Alright, pay attention to that MACD hot dog, alright? MACD potato, whatever you want to call it. 225, 220 bouncing into 225 showing try. One single candle. No confirmation, nothing. We are just inside a range, inside a range, inside a range. We're inside a 5-minute candle, inside a 5-minute candle, inside a 5-minute candle. We are consolidating like nothing right now. 225. This is I almost want to say the word sad, but I'm giving it 5 minutes. Time is 2:25, alright? There's only less than 5 minutes. Okay. Horrendous. No volume. Can't even. Can't even compete with this shit. This is straight up. It's so slow. It's so slow. Do it. Come on. It's so goddamn slow. No volume. I was expecting a surprise push, but I guess not. No volume. No movement. Great. Greatness. 230. It's frozen. Near the floor. But it won't go more. How is it at the floor? Close to the gap, but it won't go more. Like, that is, like I want a Palantir $15 drop into end of the day, guys. If I get a $15 drop on Palantir, I'm doing a cross on my body right now. I'm gonna start screaming. All right, God bless everybody. Let's go. FOMC in 2 minutes. All right, 1 minute. Here he comes. Good afternoon or good evening. Oh my God. There's a big green candle on Palantir. I'm gonna freak out. Time is 2:30. Oh, here they already start. And is he live? I want the most live. Oh man. Alright, is the market about to short squeeze and go run, or is the market about to short showed bearish? Till right up until 1 minute, right up until 2:30, coming in bouncing. Oh my God. Here we go.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people.
Good afternoon.
Although some important federal government data have been delayed due to the shutdown, the public and private sector data that have remained available suggest that the outlook for employment and inflation has not changed much since our meeting in September. Conditions in the labor market appear to be gradually cooling, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals and in light of the balance of risks to employment and inflation, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by a 1/4 percentage point. We also decided to conclude the reduction of our aggregate securities holdings as of December 1. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. GDP rose at a 1.6% pace in the first half of the year, down from 2.4% last year. Data available prior to the shutdown show that growth in economic activity may be on a somewhat firmer trajectory than expected, primarily reflecting stronger consumer spending. Business investment in equipment and intangibles has continued to expand, while activity in the housing sector remains weak. The shutdown of the federal government will weigh on economic activity while it persists, but these effects should reverse after the shutdown ends. In the labor market, the unemployment rate remained relatively low through August. Job gains have slowed significantly since earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Although official employment data for September are delayed, available evidence suggests that both layoffs and hiring remain low, and that both households' perceptions of job availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty continue to decline. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen in recent months. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index suggest that total PCE prices rose 2.8% over the 12 months ending in September, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8% as well. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Beyond the next year or two or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American
bullish
people.
since 205, it's showing
At
us.
today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a 1/4 percentage point to 3.75% to 4%. Higher tariffs are pushing up prices in some categories of goods, resulting in higher overall inflation. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. But it is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. Our obligation is to ensure that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside. A challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals. Our framework calls for us to take a balanced approach in promoting both sides of our dual mandate. With downside risks to employment having increased in recent months, the balance of risks has shifted. Accordingly, we judged it appropriate at this meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance. With today's decision, we remain well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming
I think they're about to
data,
go
the
here.
evolving
687.
outlook,
Bears,
and the
Bears,
balance.
Bears!
We continue to face two-sided risks.
Let's go.
In the committee's discussions at this meeting, there were strongly differing views about how to proceed in December. A further reduction in the policy rate at the December meeting is not a foregone conclusion.
They're about to dump.
Set course. At today's meeting, the committee also decided to conclude the reduction of our aggregate securities holdings as of December 1.
All right.
Our long-stated plan has been to stop balance sheet runoff when reserves are somewhat above the level we judge consistent with ample reserve conditions.
683.
Signs have clearly emerged that we have reached that standard.
Going more.
In money markets, repo rates have moved up relative to our administered rates, and we've seen more notable pressures on selected dates, along with more use of our standing repo facility.
Thank fuck.
In addition, the effective federal funds rate has begun to move up relative to the rate of interest on reserve balances. These developments are what we expected to see as the size of our balance sheet declined and warrant today's decision to cease runoff. Over the 3.5 years that we've been shrinking our balance sheet.
Wow, more bearish. I'm going in right now. More, FOMC, more. Bear. Holy fuck.
Has fallen from 35% to about 21%.
Palantir going crazy now. More.
We'll enter the next phase of our normalization plans by holding the size of our balance sheet steady for a time, while reserve balances continue to move gradually lower as other non-reserve liabilities, such as currency, keep growing. We will continue to allow agency securities to run off our balance sheet and will reinvest the proceeds from those securities
91 cents to 2.3 cents.
Furthering progress toward a portfolio consisting primarily of Treasury securities.
They're crazy.
This reinvestment strategy will also help move the weighted average maturity of our portfolio closer to that of the outstanding stock of Treasury securities, thus furthering the normalization of the composition of our balance sheet. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy.
That was fucking disgusting
and
today.
Stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing our inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation
Bears in full control here.
Anchored.
Let's see how the
Our
floor
success
does.
in delivering on these goals
Algo range
matters to
created,
all
candle
Americans.
crazy.
We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country.
LOD.
Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals.
LOD.
Thank you. I look forward to your
Thank you. God bless you. I'm targeting 680. LOD. LOD.
Wall Street Journal.
LOD.
Are you uncomfortable with how market pricing has assumed
LOD.
a foregone conclusion?
LOD. Come on.
Well,
LOD.
as I just mentioned,
LOD.
a further reduction in the policy rate at the December meeting is not a foregone conclusion, as I've just said. So I would say that needs to be taken on board. We had, I would just say this, 19 participants on the committee. Everyone works very hard at this and takes their obligations to serve the American people very seriously. And at a time when we have tension between our 2 goals, we have, strong views across the committee. And as I mentioned, there were strongly differing views today. And the takeaway from that is that we haven't made a decision about December. And, we're going to be looking at the data that we have, how that affects the outlook and the balance of risks. And I'll just say that.
You and some of your colleagues have framed last month and maybe today, I won't put words in your mouth, there's a risk management
Accelerating.
exercise. At what point do you conclude
that
you've taken out enough insurance?
Accelerating.
Are you looking for some kind of improvement?
Accelerating.
In
Woo! Alright, I'm fucking leaving. I'm leaving SPX right now. Up 2K.
Where you made a
On
sequence
a
of
batch.
adjustments and waited
Come on, more.
together
680.
So
Fuck, come on.
The way we
More. Come on,
about
fuck,
it
holy
is,
shit.
the risks to the 2 goals, for a very long time, the risk was clearly of higher inflation. And then that has changed now. And as we saw particularly after the July meeting, we saw the downward revisions in job creation, we saw a very different picture of the labor market and suggested that there were higher downside risks to the labor market than we had thought. And that suggested that policy, which we had been holding at I would say modestly, people would say moderately restrictive level, needed to move more in the direction over time of neutral.
More.
If the 2 goals are
More,
no,
no.
you ought to be at neutral because one of them is calling for you to hike and one of them is calling for you to cut. So if that got back into balance, then
All right. Oh, come on.
And I would say the same about today. It's sort of the same logic. But as I mentioned, going forward is a different thing.
I'm Claire Jones, Financial Times.
Wow.
Thank you for taking this question. We've
I'm staying on Lados. I'm staying on Lados.
The
fuck just happened to my chart?
discussion in December and the conclusion of the discussion is not a foregone conclusion.
My
I'd
chart
like to
just
dig
broke.
into that a little bit more about what
Oh my
sort
God,
of
why is
arguments were
SPX
brought
on?
up. Was there any consideration, for instance, of the investment we're seeing in AI and some of the generation of household wealth through rises in stock prices related to the AI boom?
Yes.
I wouldn't say that's a factor
680.
in everyone's assessment of the economy. I wouldn't say it's the driving factor. I don't think for anybody. I guess I would say it this way. Once again, I would just
I'm up
point out that we
90%,
have a
685
situation
puts.
where the risks are to the upside for inflation and to the downside for employment. We have one tool. It can't do both of those. It can't address both of those.
One
at
more
once. You've got a
big-ass
very different
candle.
situation. So you have some people have different forecasts, right? So they'll
Time is
forecast
2:40
faster
for
or
one
slower
more
progress
minute.
on one or the other, and they also have different.
I'm about to
levels of risk
leave in
aversion.
this big ass,
And,
big
people-
ass, come on, big ass,
some will be more
681.5, come on,
averse
big
to
ass!
inflation overruns, and some will be more averse to underruns of employment. And so you put that together, and as you can see from the SEP and from the public discussion that goes on between the meetings when more participants go out and talk, they're very disparate views. And they were reflected in strongly different views in today's meeting, as I pointed out in my remarks.
I'm
And
leaving
that's
half,
what leads me to say
685
that,
puts, left
you know,
half.
that we haven't made a
Please.
decision about December. You know, I always say that. It's a fact that we don't make decisions in advance. But this is, I'm saying something in addition here, is that it's not to be seen as a
Alright,
foregone
I'm
conclusion.
getting
In
greedy
fact,
as fuck.
Far from it.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up on QT? How much of the fund impressions we've seen in money markets are
Okay,
related to
all
the
out
US
on SPY.
Treasury issuing more short-term debt?
You know, that could be one of the factors, but the reality is we've
Crazy,
seen,
crazy,
you know,
crazy,
the things
crazy,
that we've
crazy, crazy.
seen,
Oh my God, crazy.
Higher repo rates and federal funds rate moving up. These are the very
Please.
things that we look for. We actually have a
Filled.
framework for looking
Crazy.
at, you know, what the place we're trying to reach. What we said
Crazy.
for a long time now is that when we feel like we're a little
God,
bit, or a
thank
bit
God.
above,
Oh my God,
what
crazy.
we consider a level that's ample, that we would
I'm in
freeze the
Palantir
size of the
still.
balance sheet. Of
Crazy.
course, reserves will continue to decline.
Holy fuck, I just made like a bandit on SPY. Like a fucking
grow.
bandit on SPY.
So this happened.
I'm in
some of
Friday,
it-
put
some
still on
things have
SPY
been happening for some
674.
time now, showing
Holy
a
fuck, from the
gradual
top.
tightening in money market
I'm gonna
conditions.
stay in.
Really,
Holy
in the
fuck.
last, call it 3 weeks or so, you've seen more significant tightening, and I think a clear
Alright, 0
assessment
DT
that-
deleting,
that we're
0
at that
DT
place.
hurting,
The other
0
thing is,
DT,
you
1
know,
minute
we're-
bounce.
the balance sheet
240.
is shrinking at a very, very
Five.
slow pace now. We've reduced it by half, twice.
Oh my
and
God,
so
that went
there's not
crazy.
a lot of
Perfect
benefit to
exit!
be-
No,
to be
for
holding on to get the last
let's
$3 because,
go!
you know,
Oh
again,
my
the balance
God,
sheets- the reserves are
beautiful
gonna
day.
continue to shrink as non-reserves
FOMC,
grow. So,
beautiful.
you know, there was support in the
Beautiful.
committee, they thought about
Oh
it to go
shit.
ahead with this and
Alright, now
announce
Palantir drop it like a
effective December
baby,
1
come on.
that we will be, you know, freezing the size of the balance sheet. And the December 1 date gives the markets a little bit of time to adapt.
Please. Yo, I was calling gap fill up here, right? I was calling gap fill. I was feeling gap. I was calling gap fill. I was like gap fill 99% probability. Gap fill 99% probability. Yo.
If those don't
Oh
materialize
my God.
and the labor market
Oh
either
my God.
stabilizes around current employment
Oh my
levels
God.
or even starts to strengthen
Insane thing.
somewhat, how would that change your perception of how much interest rates need to fall from here? Would you then be a bit more concerned about
shit was
underlying
crazy
inflation
hard
and the
to hold.
possibility of second round
Holy
effects
fuck.
from tariffs?
Yeah, I mean, in principle, if
CNBC says Dow drops 150 points, reverses gain as Powell says Fed that may not be cutting again this year.
decisions going forward. So, we do have, we get some data. The labor market is a place where we get, for example, we get the state level data on initial claims, which are sending a
God
sort of a
did.
signal of more of the same. We also get
That
the
shit
job
saved me.
openings.
I need
and
Palantir to
we'll get
drop.
lots of survey
Somewhere
data,
here
we'll
I'll
get
be in
wage
profit
growth and
anyway,
things
but
like that.
holy
So
fuck.
we'll have a picture of what's going on in the labor market. And you know, the
My
fact
stomach
that
hurts.
we're not seeing an uptick in claims or a downtick really in openings suggests that you're seeing maybe continued very gradual cooling, but nothing more than that. So that does give you some comfort.
But if this shutdown lasts a while longer and you don't have that data in hand, I'm just wondering
God,
how
that's crazy.
that hinders the committee's ability to assess the state of the labor market and make
you guys
the
see
right
this MACD?
policy decisions. And also, how much is that factoring
Curved up,
into the debate
dropped
about
off
December?
with
Yeah.
volume.
So, you know, we get, like I mentioned what we get in the labor area, we get some data in inflation, some data in economic activity.
No way. Perfect bounce,
and
240
we'll have
out.
a picture of what's going on. We also will have the base again.
Time is 2:50 and
I would
50
say
seconds.
we're not going to be able to have the detailed
Oh
feel
my God.
of things. But I think if
Oh
there were a
my God.
significant or material change in the economy one way or another, I think we'd pick that up through this. So in terms of how it might affect December, it's really hard to say. December's the meeting's, I guess, 6 weeks away. We just don't know what we're going to get. If there is a very high level of uncertainty, then that could be an argument in favor of caution about moving.
Yeah,
But we'll have to
Bombando
see
said
how it
you're
unfolds.
very emotional, man. Hey, don't be mad at me because you did bad or something, bro. Relax.
Steve Leisman,
Have a good day.
CNBC.
Have a good week. It's
Mr. Chairman,
Holy
can you
Wednesday, brother.
characterize the meeting in terms of you said
Lordy.
strongly differing views. Was this a close call, this cut, or was
Lordy.
it a close call maybe the other way because you had dissents on both sides? Thanks.
So I was referring to the discussion about, to the extent it related to December. You saw we had 2 dissents, one for 50
I
and
can
one
see
for no cut.
680 end of
So,
day. See.
that was a strong, solid vote in favor of this cut. The strongly differing views were really about the future. What does that look like? And I think people are saying, they're noticing stronger economic activity.
245.
Forecasters generally, broadly, have raised their economic growth forecast for this year and next year. In some cases, quite
My
materially.
back hurts. I need to
In the
stretch.
meantime, we see, a labor market that's kind of, I don't want to say stable, but it's not clearly in motion. It's not clearly declining quickly in any case. It may be just continuing to gradually cool. And again, people have different forecasts and expectations about the economy and different risk tolerances. And so there's you read the SEP, you read the
Pound
speeches, there are different
all-time
views on the
highs,
committee,
new
and
territory,
to the point
SPY.
where I said what I said.
Deciding what to do.
Just
Time
to
is
follow up on the
250.
balance sheet, if you stop it, the runoff now, does that
High
mean
roll
you
ranging
have to go back to
245.
actually adding assets sometime next year so that the balance sheet doesn't shrink as a percent of GDP and become a tightening factor?
So you're right. The place we'll be on December 1 is that the size of the balance sheet is frozen. And as mortgage-backed securities mature, we'll reinvest those in Treasury bills, which will foster both a more Treasury balance sheet and also a shorter duration. So that's what, in the meantime, if you freeze the size of the balance sheet, the non-reserve liabilities, currency, for example, they're going to continue to grow organically. And because the size of the balance sheet is frozen, you have further shrinkage in reserves. And reserves is the thing that we're managing that has to be ample. So that'll happen for a time, but not a tremendously long time. We don't know exactly how long. But at a certain point, you'll want to start reserves to start gradually growing to keep up with the size of the banking system and the size of the economy. So we'll be adding reserves at a certain point, and that's the last point. Even then, we didn't make decisions about this today, but we did talk today about the composition of the balance sheet, and there's a desire that the balance sheet be right now it's got a lot more duration than the outstanding
Today's a good day.
universe of Treasury securities. We want to move to a place where we're closer to that duration. That'll take some time. We haven't made a decision about the ultimate endpoint, but we all agree that we want to move more in the direction of a balance sheet that more closely reflects the outstanding treasuries, and that means a shorter duration balance sheet. Now, this is something that's going to take a long time and move very, very gradually. I don't think you'll notice it in market conditions, but that's the direction of things.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. How are officials interpreting the latest CPI report? So some components came in lower than expected, but core
All right, bulls are
inflation was
trying.
still
My
at
WhatsApp
3%.
froze. 1 second.
So at this moment, what are you learning about the drivers, and also do you view that the risks are greater that the Fed makes a mistake on employment? Or
I gotta
inflation?
redraw my wind direction.
So the September
LOD
CPI report,
240.
we didn't get
Bounce
PPI
trying.
after
Time
that,
is
which
250.
which is important for translation into what we look at, which is PCE
Algo range
inflation.
broke up, so
but we
for
can
now,
still make a pretty good assessment of what
least
that will be.
for now.
When we get
From
PPI, there
240,
might be
gotta see.
some adjustments.
This
But
MACD,
so
this MACD
directionally,
coming in crazy.
It was a little
MACD
softer
coming
than
in
expected,
crazy right
and
now,
we always break
so
it down into the
I
three
don't know if this is
components.
real
So
or not.
basically, you've seen goods prices increasing, and that's really due to tariffs. And that's compared to a longer run trend of very, very mild deflation in goods. So that's moving inflation up. On the other side of that, good news that housing services inflation has been coming down and is expected to continue to come down. So if you remember a couple of years ago, that's the one that we kept expecting it to do that. Now it's been doing that for some time, and we expect to continue that. That leaves the biggest category is services other than housing services. And that's kind of been moving sideways over the last few months, but a significant part of that is non-market services. And we don't take a lot of signal about the tightness of the economy from that. So if you add all that up, a couple things to say. One is that inflation away from tariffs is actually not so far from our 2% goal. We estimate, people have different estimates of what that is, but it might be, 5 or 6
Showing so
tenths.
much
And so that, if it's 2.8, then core PCE, not including tariffs, might be 2.3 or 2.4 in that range, something like that. So that's not so far from your goal. So that we look at that, and the thing about tariff inflation is
please
the
come
base
down into
case
the end of the day.
is that it will come, and
Palantir at least.
it probably will
I don't know what the
increase
market doing.
further. But it is that it will be a
252,
one-time increase.
representing
And,
250.
we've been very focused for all of this year at making sure that that's the case and thinking
This
carefully
weird
about
candle
what
from
are the-
earlier, I guess,
what
acting
are
on
the
as an algo
pathways through which
range.
it could become something
235,
else,
235
troublesome
doji
inflation.
candle,
One
right?
of those
So
would be, a
some
really
sort
tight
of
labor
algo
market.
range
We don't
going
see
on
that.
here as
Another
well.
could be inflation expectations moving. We don't see that.
Finding
So I think,
low.
we're watching this very carefully. I think it's
Finding
it's not
support
the
for
case
now.
that we're just assuming that it's going to be a one-time inflation. We understand fully that this is a risk we have to monitor and ultimately manage.
With the
Finding
stubborn
resistance.
in services inflation, what are some of the things that the Fed could do to address that? And if,
That was a
especially when
weird
we're
candle.
seeing
I just did
potentially
not
labor supply challenges.
have time to
Sorry,
draw
say-
this. early.
say that first.
The stubborn services inflation that you mentioned.
Service inflation, yeah. Well, again, the part of services inflation that is, that isn't coming down as we would like
Man,
it
they
to
broke the
is
range
the
down.
non-market part of non-housing services. And, overall, that's just something that we expect will come down. The non-market part of it should come down. It largely reflects higher stock prices and financial services that are imputed rather than actually paid
685 retracement.
is a big part of that. But also just,
see
we
what
think
happens.
policy is still modestly restrictive in my telling. So that's the kind of thing that
VWAP
should lead to a
crossing lower
gradually
since
cooling economy.
235.
That's one of the reasons you see a gradually cooling labor market is because, the Fed policy is modestly restrictive. So that should also help get that. I want to say, though, we're absolutely committed to returning inflation to 2%. If you look at longer-term surveys or market pricing, you will see that's a credible commitment, and there should be no question that that's where we're going.
Chris.
Wow, incredible.
Great, thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. So there's a big investment boom in AI infrastructure right now, as you know, and wondering if the existence of such a boom would indicate that rates are not that restrictive after all, and could further rate cuts at this point perhaps fuel an excess level of investment there or market bubbles. How is the Fed thinking about that?
So I don't think that you're right. There are a lot of data centers being built and other investments being made around the country and around the world. Big U.S. companies are just investing a lot of resources in thinking about how AI, which will be based on those data centers, run through those data centers, is going to affect their businesses. So it's a big deal. I don't think that the spending that happens to build data centers all over the country is especially interest sensitive. It's based on longer run assessments that this
I'll
is
be
an
green if
area
Palantir
where
goes
there's
down,
going
but
to
I'm like
be
neutral now.
A lot of investment, and that's going to drive higher productivity and that sorts of things. I don't know how those investments will work out, but I don't think they're particularly
In
interested.
a lot better position than I was in earlier,
for
for sure.
And then just a quick follow-up. You mentioned that you do have data that you're looking at for inflation and growth in the absence of government data. Could you give us a sense? I think we know a lot about the jobs data that's out there. Can you give us a sense of what you're looking at to track inflation in the absence of government data? Thank you.
So it's a lot of things, and it doesn't replace government data, but you know all of these. I'll just mention some of the many names: Price Stats, Adobe, and others. For wage inflation, there's ADP data. on spending, you're going to ask about spending at some point. You know, there are lots of other things that we look at, but it's many different sources, and again, including what we get out of the beige book, which will be sort of come out mid-cycle as always, and it doesn't replace the government data, but it gives us a picture. Again, I think if something material were happening, if there were material developments, I think we would pick that up. I don't think we'll be able to have the very granular understanding of the economy while this data is not available.
Rejection try. All right, there's a little bit of danger here. This little violent push down could signify start of something today.
Reuters, thank you. I just wanted you to elaborate a little bit on what you said a moment ago about the continued shutdown, making it more difficult to make a move in December, and that may make you more cautious. To the degree you are relying on private data, that isn't the gold standard, or that you're relying on your own.
This is what the cycle is showing us right now.
Do you worry at some point you're going to have to start making policy by anecdote?
You know, this is a temporary state of affairs, and you know, we're going to do our jobs. We're going to collect every scrap of data we can find, evaluate it, and think carefully about it.
1/3, 2/3,
that's
3/3, right?
That's what we're going to do.
If this cycle says that we started something, then it's, you know,
the December meeting. I'm not saying it's going to, but yeah, you could imagine that
1/3,
you know, what do you do
2/3,
and if you're driving in the fog, you slow down. So
and now we're into 3/3.
That could or could not. I don't know how that's going to play.
Does that make sense?
We may get.
I think it's about a gap fill into tomorrow.
There's a possibility.
There's a possibility.
It makes sense to be more
it might
cautious about
gap fill into tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not committing to that. I'm just saying it's certainly a possibility that you would say,
oh my gosh,
we really can't see, so let's slow down.
I need Palantir back.
As a follow-up in the debate on this meeting, we saw recently some pretty big layoff announcements coming from Amazon and others. Wondering if that figured into the discussion at all, that you're starting to see this tension between growth and employment starting to be resolved, you know, to the detriment of employment. And secondly, some of the stress is starting to appear in the bottom spur of the K, as they call it, household health premiums that are going to possibly be going up quite substantially, things like that. Has that started to become a factor in your policy discussion?
So those are both things, you know, that we're watching very carefully. To start with the layoffs, you're right. You see a significant number of companies either announcing that they are not going to be doing much hiring or actually doing layoffs, and much of the time they're talking about AI and what it can do.
3.
So we're watching that very carefully.
Time is 3.
And you know,
our just
yes,
started.
It could absolutely have implications for job
MACD
creation.
is pulling
We
back.
don't really see it in
bullish.
In the initial
it
claims
is not back to the 9:30 a.m.
Now,
4 p.m. and
it's not a
close.
surprise that we don't. It takes some time for it to get in there, but we're watching that really carefully.
It is using the algo range to
but
reject.
Again, don't see it yet in the initial claims data. On the K-shaped economy thing, I would say
It's
the
just
same thing.
cycling because there's a
or
lot of
similar thing.
chasers.
We are. If you listen to the earnings calls or the reports of, you know, big public consumer-facing companies, many of them are saying that there's a bifurcated economy there, and that consumers at the lower end are struggling and buying less and shifting to lower-cost products, but that at the top, people are spending at the higher income and wealth, and so much anecdotal data on that, and so we think there's something there.
Edward. Thank you, Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to take another crack at the further reduction of rates is not a foregone conclusion. So in December, you said far from it. So if a cut might not be on the table for December because of lack of data, what does the other concerns then stem from? So if it's not lack of data as the reason December is not a foregone conclusion, what other things could be the concern then?
Well, the perspective is of people on the committee that, you know, we've now moved 150 basis points, and that we're down into.
Man, Palantir's so bullish. Holy
that range between 3 and 4.
Turn down.
Estimates.
Tesla bounced from the fucking absolute depths of fucking Tartarus too. 454.
You're above the median
from
number
463 today, and it's fucking bouncing crazy. Like, goddamn, turn down.
You can argue these positions since
turn down.
The neutral rate. So you know, I
So
think
funny.
for some part of the community, you know, it's time to maybe take a step back and see whether there really are downside risks to the labor market, or see whether, in fact, the growth, that the stronger growth that we're seeing is real. Ordinarily, the labor market is a better indicator of the momentum of the economy than the spending data. That's the lore. In this case, that gives a more downbeat read. So people just have, you know, they're
Rejection trying.
50 more
Bears
basis
are
points,
off of
in
3.
the last 2
Let's
meetings,
see.
and there's a
Time
sense
is
like,
3:05
let's-
and 52
from
seconds.
some, let's pause here, kind of thing, and a sense from others wanting to go ahead. But that's why I say,
Rejection on rejection on
differing
pounds
views,
here.
strongly
Rejection on
differing views.
Tesla.
Yeah, so on that division, then, you're talking about going forward. So what's more important in this division? Is it inflation risks? Is it
Trying.
employment risk? Or is there a
LOD
deeper
test
philosophy
possible. Algo
division on
range
the board?
test possible.
Look,
MACD
everybody on
dying
the
bullish.
committee is deeply committed to doing the right thing to achieve our goals, maximum employment and stable prices. You have differences on how to do that. And as I mentioned, some of that is different forecasts, but a lot of it is also different risk aversions to the different variables, which is common through, you know, through all Federal Reserves. People just have different risk tolerances, let's say.
Time is
So
3:05.
That leads you to people with disparate views. You will know that from the speeches you've been listening to from my colleagues. And so we're at a place now where we have, in fact, cut 2 more times. And, you know, we're 150 basis points closer to neutral, wherever that may be, than we were a year ago. And so there's a growing chorus now of feeling like maybe this is where we should at least wait a cycle, something like that. That's what it is. It's just what you think it would be. It's and again, you've seen it in the September Summer of Economic Projections. You've seen this in the public remarks of FOMC participants, and now I'm telling you that's what you can expect that in the minutes. And I'm just telling you that's
Bears
what
are
happened.
coming.
Elizabeth. Thank you so much. Elizabeth
Polar
Schulze
bears
with
are here.
ABC News. What
That's
is your
2 that's
explanation
305.
for why the job market is
3 to
weakening
305
right now, and
rejection.
What will this rate cut do to improve the job market?
So I think there are 2
hello,
things
deep
affecting
bounce
the
possible.
job market, and one of them is just a dramatic reduction in the supply
they
of
go?
new workers. So, and that's 2 things. That's declining labor force participation.
Fuck it, I'm going in one
which
DT
is
spot
a
plus right now.
cyclical thing. And then there's declining immigration, which is just a big policy change that actually began in the last administration and it has been accelerated now. So a big part of the whole story is that supply side story. Okay. In addition, labor demand has declined, and you know, so the unemployment rate has gone down, meaning that demand for workers is going down a little more than supply. So that's what's going on, but it is mostly a supply function. You know, it's mostly a function of the change in supply.
There's a lot of zero DT.
Many people think. So the question
I'm going to
is,
send the
what does-
SPX put to
what
call
does
ratio in the group chat.
You know, our tool do, which supports demand, and you know, so. And I would just say, when you're in a situation where job creation, if you adjust for likely overcounting in the way that BLS does its work, is pretty close to 0. So maximum employment doesn't, on a sustainable basis, doesn't, if you're creating 0
There's
jobs,
a lot of zero
if it's in
DTs.
equilibrium, if it's in balance, it's a pretty, as I said before, a pretty curious balance. So, you know, I thought, and many of my colleagues thought, in fact, you've seen the last 2 meetings, that it was appropriate for us to react by supporting
305 bouncing
demand
at the algo range.
with our,
305 is here.
rates. And we've done that. We've reduced so that rates are looser. I wouldn't say that they're accommodative right now, but they're meaningfully less tight than they were. And that should help so that at least the labor market doesn't get worse. So it's a complicated situation, and some people argue that this is supply and we really can't affect it much with our tools, but others argue, as I do, that there is an effect from demand and that we should use our tools to support the labor market when we see this happening.
You also talked about tariffs causing a one-time price increase. Should American household consumers expect that inflation will continue to go up this year because of those tariffs?
So the basic expectation is that there will be some additional increase in inflation because it takes a while for tariffs to work their way through the production chain and finally get to consumers. And we see this now from the tariffs that were put in place now many months ago. We see those effects. But if you put tariffs in effect, and they've been coming into effect consistently in February, March, April, May, and that's all happening. So that'll continue to happen for some time.
Wedge building at the floor.
These are not big increases, though. These are a tenth or so on inflation. They may be big increases on a particular product that's been tariffed, but overall, these are fairly modest. I think, some projections go we're at 2.8% inflation. You might get 2 or 3 more tenths or 4 more tenths maybe. But then, as all of the tariffs are in, they stop generating inflation. You've had a one-time price increase. As long as you're not, at least this is the theory, this is how we believe and hope that it will work out. Once the last tariff is put on something, at that point, it becomes a higher price level, but it stops going up, if you will. Prices stop going up. They'll just be at that level. And then measured inflation will come back down to non-tariff inflation. As I mentioned, non-tariff inflation is not so far from 2% now. Now, consumers are not interested in that story. Their prices are higher. More than that, the reason they're so unhappy about inflation is the inflation that we had in 2021, 2, and 3. Because, you can say that prices aren't going up as much, but that doesn't mean people aren't feeling those higher prices from the inflation we had 2 or 3 years ago. They are, and that's, I think, a large part of why the public, if you sample people, inflation is still very much making
new
people
HOD on
quite
Palantir.
unhappy. Even, and it's nice that, that prices are not going up as fast as they were, but they're still much higher than they were. And it'll take some time for that effect to wear off. As real incomes rise, it will feel better over time, but that's going to take time.
Stuck in some range
Michael
on smoke.
From Bloomberg Television and Radio. Do you have any concerns that equity markets are or are close to being overvalued at this point?
We don't look at any one asset price and say, hey, that's wrong. It's not our job to do that. We look at the overall financial system, and we ask whether it's stable, whether it could withstand shocks, right? So, banks are well capitalized, while some households are clearly under stress. In the aggregate, households are in good shape financially, relatively manageable levels of debt. At the lower income spectrum, you are seeing rising defaults, particularly around subprime auto, but nonetheless, in the aggregate, pretty good. You don't see too much leverage in the banking system or the financial system. It's a mixed picture, but it's not an overly troubling picture. And again, I'm not. It's not appropriate. We don't set asset prices. Markets do that.
Well, you must be well aware that by lowering interest rates, you're contributing to additional asset price increases. And I wonder how you balance the idea that lowering rates would help the labor market with the reality that it seems more likely to be stimulating increased investment in AI, which is the rationale for thousands of job cuts that have been announced in the last few weeks.
Yeah, I don't think interest rates are an important part of the AI of the data center story. I think people think they're great economics in building these data centers, and they're making a lot of money building them, and they think they have very high present value and all that sort of thing. It's not really about about 25 basis points here or there. We use our tools to support the labor market and to create price stability. That's what we do. That's our two jobs, right? So we're here by lowering rates at the margin, that will support demand, and that will support more hiring, and that's why we do it. Now, no 25 basis point or even 50 basis point hike is going to be a dispositive thing, but ultimately, lower rates will support more demand, and that'll support hiring over time. Now, of course,
How is the market bearish and
be
Palantir's
careful
bullish?
this,
I'm
which is what we've been
pissed.
doing because we know where inflation
Oh
is.
my
and
God.
I've told you the story.
I'll be
It's a
decent
complicated
profit
story,
right now, but like I'm
this
pissed.
is the best assessment that we can make, but because there's uncertainty around around inflation and the path ahead for inflation. That's why we're going, that's why the pace we're going has been a careful one.
I'm fucking eating it on Palantir right now. They need to drop $8 tonight.
Hi, Victoria Reader from Politico.
Tonight.
On AI, I'm just wondering, it seems like a lot of the economic growth that we've been seeing is fed by investments in AI. So how worried are you about what a sudden contraction in tech investment would mean for the overall economy? Is there enough strength in other sectors? And specifically, are there any lessons that you take from the 1990s in how you might approach what's happening right now?
Yeah, this is different. In the sense that these companies, the companies that are so highly valued, actually have earnings and stuff like that. So if you go back to the 90s and the dot-com, these were ideas rather than companies, and so there's a clear bubble there. Whereas I won't go into particular names, but they actually have earnings, and it looks like they have business models and profits and that kind of thing. So it's really a different thing. The investment we're getting in equipment and all those things that go into creating data centers and feeding the AI, it's clearly one of the big sources of growth in the economy. Consumer spending also, though, has been, is much bigger than that and has been growing and has defied a lot of, negative forecasts, continuing to do so this year. Consumers are still spending. Now, it may be mostly higher-end consumers, or maybe skewed that way. But the consumer is spending, and that's a big chunk of what's going on in the economy, substantially bigger than AI. You could point to growth. I mean, actually, maybe growth as opposed to level, but consumer spending is a much bigger part of the economy.
And why do you think that the labor market is slowing so much, even though consumer spending is strong?
Why has it slowed so much? Well, what's happened is that the supply of workers has dropped very sharply due to mainly immigration, but also lower labor force participation. So, and that means there's less need for new jobs because there isn't this flow into the
He's talking forever, guys. He's talking forever.
People need jobs because there aren't those people now. So there's not a supply
That
of
was a
workers
crazy drop. I
In
cannot
addition,
believe that.
Demand has also gone down, and so
Look
has
at that. I drew that
labor force
potato.
participation has declined,
I
which
drew
is
the
more of a
potato. The
sign
realist members remember the
case
potato,
of-
and then
of,
they squeezed the
of demand as
potato,
well
and
as
they
trend.
dropped it with volume
So
like
I
crazy,
think
like
you're
nothing.
seeing some softening.
That was
The
disgusting.
economy's growing at a slower rate than it was.
That chop was
2.4%
disgusting.
last year. We think around 1.6% this year. It
I've
could have
never
been
seen
a couple of tenths
FOMC like
higher
that.
if not for the
Movements
shutdown.
contained like that, right?
And of course that will
Spike
reverse,
candles
but,
all day long.
you
Spike
know, you still
candled
got
like
the economy
crazy.
growing at a moderate pace.
Boom. Oh my lord. Cannot believe it.
Hey there, Andrew Ackerman with the with the Washington Post. I wanted to ask if you could elaborate on how you think about policy in the context of the data drought. Does it make you inclined to stick with your plans as set out in September in the absence of the data that might change your mind, or does it make you inclined to proceed with added caution because of uncertainty?
Yeah, well, we'll know when we face that question, if we face that question. It'll probably be argued both ways, right? But I've said a couple times here that, if you really aren't getting information you really don't know, and the economy looks like it's solid and stable and hasn't really changed, there will be an argument. I don't know how persuasive it will be, but there will be an argument
Yes,
that
no data.
You slow down when you can't see as far ahead. Others may argue. I'm not sure where this argument will come, but you're perfectly right that you could also argue, well, things haven't really changed, but you might not know that. So I don't know whether we'll face this or not. I hope we don't. I hope by the time of the December meeting we're getting a better flow of data. But if we're going to have to do our jobs one way or the other.
Okay. I also just wanted to ask a FinReg question. I think several years ago you said the overall amount of capital in the system was about right. As the Fed moves forward with a revised Basel proposal, potentially changes to the GSIB surcharge.
Today was a hard FOMC.
Has that changed at all? Or are you planning to significantly reduce the amount of capital in the system? Thanks.
This is
So
disgusting
there
too.
are discussions going on, I think, among the agencies, and I don't want to get ahead of those discussions. I continue to think that the level of capital, when I said that in 2020, was about right. And of course, there's been much capital added since then through various mechanisms. But I look forward to I know those discussions are really just getting going. They haven't come to the point where they're got a whole plan and that kind of thing. So I really don't have much to say on that.
Bears are trying. Time is
Chairman Powell, Brian Chung with NBC
3:15.
News.
Market is
the weakness in the jobs market accelerating, and who's at risk if the interest rate cuts are not the effective
Brian, what a
medicine
good
for
question.
a further slowdown in the labor
So
market?
we do not see the weakness, as you put it, the weakness in the job market accelerating. I would say, then again, we didn't get the September employment report, payroll report, but we look at, the unemployment insurance claims, initial claims are reported at the state level, and we still get those, and we can accumulate them and get the national number. And there's really, in no story, you can look at the numbers. Same thing with the job openings we get from Indeed. There's just no story over the last 4 weeks. It's kind of stable. So you don't see anything that says that the job market is, or really any part of the economy is making a significant deterioration. Don't see that. You see more things like I mentioned, though, which is you see big companies making announcements of either of layoffs or of the idea that they won't need to hire. Their number of employees is not expected to go up over a number of years.
breaking down.
There may be different people working.
Bears
in it,
are
they say
coming
that
too.
But they don't need
that
a bigger
bull.
head count. So you see those kinds
Yes.
of things. You don't see it in the aggregate
Bull
numbers.
steak.
The layoff numbers have
Tried.
not gone up. But job creation is very low. And the job finding rate for people who are
Ooh, he's saying
unemployed
bad stuff.
is very low.
Right.
But the unemployment rate is very low as well. 4.3% is a low unemployment rate.
So as you make these cuts, is it the lower income workers that you're thinking about, or those who might have their jobs automated? Is there a particular
that we're
section
thinking
of the
Earnings,
market that
folks.
you're
Right. If you guys want to
So we
stick
can-
around for
our tour is gonna allow us
4:15
to
today.
target any demographic or any income level and that kind of thing.
Earnings.
I do think that
Stay live
people,
until
we saw
4:05.
this during the global financial crisis and the long recovery. If you have a long period of very strong labor market conditions, it benefits people at the lower end the most. The last 2 or 3 years of that long expansion, people at the lower part of the income spectrum were getting the biggest benefits, and lots of things were happening in that space demographically, which were very constructive. And we're not at that place right now. But so, yeah, a stronger labor market is the best thing we can do for the public. It's also part of our job. It is half of our job, but it is absolutely the best thing we can do for people. Along with keeping prices stable, those two things. Inflation also hurts people on fixed incomes more than other people.
Hi, Chair Powell, Courtney Brown from Axios. As you know, the 12 Reserve Bank presidents' terms are up for renewal at the end of February. I'm wondering if you can give us a timeline for when the board will consider those reappointments and whether we can expect everyone to be re-upped or if we can expect some changes.
So it's a process that we go through under the law. The way the law works is
Let's do a
we
poll,
have a
folks.
Reappointment process
All right.
every 5 years for
This is a
all
positional poll.
of the reserve, each of them and all of them. We're in the middle of that process, and we're going to complete it in a timely way.
You are
Really. That's really all I
into
can say.
tomorrow or
Okay,
next week.
Daniel.
Short, long, thinking.
Daniel
Your
Davis,
opinion.
Agence France Presse. You've now had dissent
Yo.
in 3 consecutive FOMC meetings, but in this meeting you had
7 people said I
dissents going in
think
both
long.
directions, and
2
you
people
just
said I
mentioned
think
there's strong disagreement over the
short. I'm
future
going to go
path
with
of rate
short.
cuts. Have these disagreements complicated your role presiding over the FOMC
Poll
meetings?
is
And if
right
so,
at
how?
the wedge.
I wouldn't say that,
Right.
no. I think you...
Really depends on if we go
you
back
have
up
to
with
take what
earnings,
comes.
test the
What
HOD,
comes right now
and
is,
break it.
pretty challenging
Or
situation where we have... First
the
of all, we have
HOD was the
4.3%
HOD at 10 a.m. and they
unemployment.
pushed
We have an
lower
economy that's
towards the
growing
gap or something on
close to
SPX with
2%,
the
so,
earnings. I don't know. Earnings may be super
it-
bullish.
overall,
Earnings
it's a-
may be
it's a good
super
picture.
bearish. Earnings may be super
It's a good
nothing.
picture, but in terms of our policy,
But earnings
we
at
have
4:05 p.m.
upside
today,
risks to
Eastern
inflation, downside
Standard
risks to
Time.
employment, and this is a very difficult thing for a central bank because, one of those calls for rates to be lower, one calls for rates to be higher. We can't do both.
And VIX got
so
risen
we have
on
to
that.
balance the two, and so it's a challenging
At
thing. And
2:30.
as we have worked our way through this process, you would expect that there would be a range of views across the committee on what to do and the speed with which we should do it. And that's what we have. That makes a lot of sense.
RMK
All of
HVAC
these people
said,
are, people who take their jobs very seriously, work very hard at this, and just want to do what's right for the American people. But they have different views on what that is. And, it's an honor to work on people who care that much. It is, but I don't feel that it's unfair or anything like that. It's a time when we're making quite difficult judgments in real time, and I believe we'll get through this, and I think we've done sort of the right thing so far this year. I think it was appropriate for us to be careful about this. I think it would not be appropriate to just ignore or assume away the inflation issue. At the same time, I think the risk of higher, more persistent inflation has declined significantly since April. And if we do wind up resuming rate cuts at some point, we will at some point. I think we're trying to get to the end of this cycle with the labor market in a good place and with inflation, on its way to 2% or at 2%. So that's all we're trying to do, and we're doing it under, quite challenging circumstances and doing the best we can.
We'll go to Jennifer for the last question.
Man, they're trying to go to 200 on Palantir at the end of the day.
Jennifer Schomburger with Yahoo Finance. Both regional and large banks have taken losses on loans given delinquencies on subprime auto loans. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon warned, when you see one cockroach, there may be more likely. I'm curious how the Fed is looking at these loan losses and if it poses risks to the financial system or the outlook for the economy. Is it a warning sign?
So, we're obviously we watch these things very carefully, credit conditions very carefully. You're right. You've seen rising defaults in subprime credit for some time now, and now you've seen a number of subprime credit, automobile credit institutions having significant losses, and some of those losses are now showing up on the books of banks. We're looking at it carefully. We're paying close attention. I don't see at this point a broader credit issue. It doesn't seem to be something that has very broad application across financial institutions. But we're going to be monitoring this quite carefully and making sure that is the case.
And then separately, many, you yourself have said that we're in a bifurcated economy right now with high net worth individuals continuing to spend with the lower income pulling back. How much of consumer spending continuing hinges on the stock market remaining strong? In some odd way, does the market help keep the economy buoyant?
So there's some relationship there, but remember, the more wealth someone has, the lower an additional dollar of wealth matters. So your marginal propensity to consume declines quite dramatically as you reach levels of stock market wealth. So, the stock market, it would affect spending if the stock market went down, but it wouldn't drop sharply unless there were quite a sharp drop in the stock market. People at the lower end of income and wealth have a much higher marginal propensity to consume of an incremental dollar of income or wealth, but they don't have the stock market wealth. So I think it's certainly a factor supporting consumption right now. But you would see it if you saw a material correction in spending, but it wouldn't be. You shouldn't think that it'll dollar for dollar stop consumption, because that wouldn't be the case. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Event has now ended, folks. Please hit the like button before you head out. Palantir is 200 before market close. Alright, screw the time. 3:25. They are on that stuff. HOD 200. SPY is building a pizza in the basement. Whether to bring that pizza up to the customers, no idea. Pizza is forming. What in the FOMC? Slowly lower, slowly lower, slowly lower, neutral, 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 drop, bounce. Funny. Time is 2. Sorry, 3:30. Time is 3:30. That's when the video is at. $207 Apple red barely Meta barely red Google green Microsoft red by 0.5%. All right, earnings, folks. God did. They're about to. Big cap earnings today is Microsoft, Google, Meta. Microsoft, Google, Meta. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, I almost got screwed on 680, the number itself too, but I was realizing, right, in my psychological head, I was realizing after this, that I was somehow, being a fucking lunatic, still being in. So I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna be out." That I realized at the last 2 candles. That's the crazy part. I realized somewhere here, and I was like, first of all, what the fuck is this, and this? And I was like, yeah, that is crazy though. You cannot lie. FOMC today is wild. The hesitation before, the no direction zigzag even here, showing bullish and then zigzag was absolute nuts. I think this was hope for me at this point, but yeah, that was nuts. 2, 325 into 330. Cause even I was saying like 680 into end of day, but like honestly, like 0 DT wise, like the thing went from 688 to 682.8. I was like, yo, like the fucking wall is literally just filled with probably chasers at this point. So I was waiting for one more candle to 681.5, but I was like, you know what, like, done. Done. And now I am sad on Palantir. I just need them to bull trap heavy on this. Not gonna lie. I need some miracle on the market. Today, FOMC, they did not make it easy. All day long, they kind of bull trapped and then bear trapped and then continuously everyone trapped and then they bull trapped. After making it look bullish, I really thought that was bullish here. I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was bullish here too at 2, but clearly they created an algo range, bounce, tested the floor, stayed at the floor, bounced from the floor, rejected that VWAP, so I don't know. That was insane. Time is 3:35 and 40 seconds here. Alright. Bears are coming with the MACD now. 0 DT might have been reset or not. Alright, I think they pushed this lower into end of day, but it's not really gonna matter with earnings coming. Volume coming bearish. Candles coming in lower. 5 minute no volume. We're super oversold right now. What in the hell is that? That's crazy. We're super oversold on the 5. Doesn't even matter though because we're so overbought, so that might be dangerous stuff happening. That might be another insane trap somehow. Look at the 2 hour. Yeah, that might be a trap. I don't know. Death cross almost happening on the RSI. The 5 minute looks stupid. RSI is so oversold. 335. It's the problem with the MACD volume RSI. It's always something different. Some here, some there. Oh. And that VIX spike was kind of crazy at 240. I think the VIX spike was the one that helped me crazy. I'm looking for a VIX spike into tomorrow. I'm hoping something changed with this FOMC, but this earnings probably even bigger than the FOMC. So, did they go lower here to go higher into earnings? Did they? Guess we're about to find out. But at the end of the day, God did. God bless. God bless this country. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, Jerome Powell. Thank you, guys. Thank you all. Hit the like button. And if you do not stay for end of the day today, we will hopefully see you tomorrow. Another earnings day. Mega cap earnings. Candles are stacking down. We're going to look at some market videos. It's just filled with videos from Jerome Powell. There's our pushing into close.
The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates by a quarter point to a new range of 3.75 to 4%. There were two dissents on this. The second one by new Fed Governor Myron, who wanted 50. First one by Kansas City Fed President Jeff Schmidt, who wanted no change. So dissents on both sides, a kind of a rare occurrence for the Fed. The Federal Reserve announcing it is stopping quantitative tightening or the roll-off of its balance sheet as soon as December. All roll-offs of treasuries from here on out and mortgage-backed securities on the Fed's balance sheet will now be invested into T-bills. It's a bit of a change there. On the economy, the Fed said economic activity expanded at a moderate pace, according to available indicators, one of two nods in the statement to the absence of data by the Federal Reserve. It had said in September that the economy was moderating, so almost a bit of an upgrade to the economy, but according to available data. Job
You could
gains,
even
it
say
said,
the Bears
have
are
slowed,
piggies now
however.
too, but anyway,
Unemployment
piggies.
remained low through
Everywhere
August.
piggies,
And again,
piggies.
it said more recent indicators are consistent with these developments. That's another nod to the idea that the Fed doesn't really have the official data. More recent indicators is what it's using. Inflation, it says, has moved up since earlier this year and remains somewhat elevated. That is the same characterization as September. And there's not much in the way of forecasting the future path of rates. I believe that'll have to wait for the press conference from Fed Chair Powell. But again, the Fed cutting by a quarter, two dissents on both sides of the issue. One pro.
Freaking out. I guess too many 0 DTs down there or something. Right? Actually perfect. 335. Man. Finale. Palantiri. I'm asking for a finale. Market has the possibility. But it's not good if it spikes the VIX into close. The VIX has spiked since 310. It's at 17.23. The VIX, the volatility index, is important to watch. If the VIX continues to spike and breaks the HOD at 1742, it will lotto south. If they might wait and wait it until tomorrow too. We'll see. The market is at the algo range. Market is above this algo range. Volatility index pushing higher into close. Where will it be tomorrow? I guess the only way we find out is by waking up tomorrow. Some sort of idea, but ultimately tomorrow. Earnings in 25 minutes. Will most likely be market moving. Well, the market moving right now anyway, but yeah, we get what I'm saying? Market moving anyway. Oh. Oh. All right. Microsoft, Google, and Meta. Somebody have their eye on Meta. I'm gonna have my eye on Google, and Palantir, and SPY, and QQQ. If somebody could have their eye on, I believe Microsoft, we would appreciate that as well. Just let us know if one of them comes out. That would be dope, right? Microsoft, Google, and Meta. I'm doing. Fuck. Palantir. Market closing. FOMC. September 29th, 2025, folks, when no jobs data at all. Government shut down. I don't care. Came out with the jobs. Fucking ah. Come on, pig slaughter this hoe. Pig slaughter. Piggy slaughter. Piggy slaughter. I'm asking for piggy slaughter on Palantir. Piggy slaughter. What is a piggy slaughter? Bacon with eggs on toast for breakfast. That's what piggy slaughter is. Damn, am I the piggy slaughter? Damn, I may be. Alright, I may be the bacon. Psych, I'll never be the bacon. Alright, I'll I don't know what the fuck I'm saying anymore, guys. Alright, I love you all. Love you all. Today's been a crazy, amazing day. Please hit the like button as you head out. Right, enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. It's been crazy today. Let us not lie. It really was. So, whatever happened, whatever. God bless you. God bless this country. God bless President Trump. God did. Time is 3:45. Let the market close. Fuck it. Earnings. Earnings. Man, market is eating the piggies. Okay, no lie. This is piggies up here, but it's also piggies down here too. This is piggies everywhere. All right, they just want to eat it or close. That is crazy now. Candle coming in however it wants. Time is 3:45 and there's 15 minutes left. It actually 0 DT burned it all in here in this cycle at least. Alright, earnings. In 20 minutes. There's still a bunch of time. almost too much time, some may say. Volume comes in, usually towards the end of the day when everybody is giving up and everybody don't care anymore. Everybody says GG's. Good day. Anything could happen here. We could run to VWAP. We could go to the previous day 4 p.m. 9:30 open. We could reject to 683. We could reject to 682.6. We could go to 681. We could go to 680. They could do whatever they want into 415. They, as in the market, we could do whatever we want. We could do whatever we want into the market. Close. I just want my shit good on Palantir. I'm not gonna lie. Being selfish as fuck right now, but hey. Hey. Come back to reality, Palantir. Come back to reality, Palantir. Alright, earnings in 6 days. What you doing up there? God damn it. God damn it, what you doing up there? Oh my gosh, resilient. Resilient candle. Wow. 197 to 194 to 199.85. Brah. Super bullish pattern. Just break it down. Market closing in 10 minutes. That's sick. Wow. You know, I sold my 485s earlier for $340 and they're at literally 90 something cents right now, or less than $1. That's disgusting work. Volume here. Auto time. That is insane. It's just data gamed it crazy today. Right, all chasers ripped apart. Chasers up. Chasers down. Oh my lord. Previous say 9:30 a.m. 4 p.m. on some BS. Up $4. Man, market moves. Not gonna lie. Market moves. Like a beast. Like a sexy beast. Nine minutes left. Earnings here. Right, we're at 9:30 open for earnings. Wow. Exciting close. Exciting earnings. $350. Time is 3:55. 350 rejecting into 3:55. We are under VWAP too. SPY turning red again. This is the last checkpoint there is. 5 minutes left. And then earnings comes out at 4:05. The long-awaited big cap earnings. And 200 trying on PLTR, really. Or not. On this weird trend line all day today. I hope earnings send this shit all the way to 186 tomorrow. I hope we gap fill tomorrow. 189. And then it goes lower to 186 tomorrow. Tomorrow. 10 minutes left. Thing went parabolic up today. 5th green day in a row. Gonna open that. 190. Are we there yet? Is the earnings out yet? Alright, I just went to the bathroom. Time is 4 p.m. in 3 minutes, and I believe these earnings come in at 4:05. Oh, 4:05. Market closing just like this. What a day. Man, what a day. (4:06 p.m.) is going to be very important. Microsoft going higher. Google going higher into close. Meta is the closest earnings at 4:30. And since 3:35, everything has been on a meteoric. Look at Alphabet and some parabolic rise up. I'm looking at Google. Huh? $4.02. Big doji. Is this bearish? Is this bullish? I don't think anybody knows. Time is 4:05 though. Alphabet flying. Oh my god. Alphabet flying. Microsoft dropping 5%. Google flying 6%. They're fighting. Oh my god, Google crazy. Microsoft crazy. Meta down. Meta down. Weird. What is this number? Drop, Palantir, drop. Drop, god damn it, drop. Is it? Interesting. Market trying bearish. It's only 4:07, not even market close. Ay. Wow. This thing is on a fucking mission. Chungus beef squeeze. Can't lie. Chungus beef squeeze on Palantir. Yay. So wild, everything. Microsoft down 7.8% now. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, poop. Oh, look at the cues. Alright. Have a good day, everybody. What a fucking day. It broke the HOD on the cues. Insane. Alright, it broke the HOD into market close. Or it broke the HOD in market close. And then now going lower. It did not break the HOD. Wow. This shit is interesting. Close the market. All right. Have a good day, everybody. Bye-bye. CNBC. I have a feeling. Right, that it's gonna. I have a feeling tomorrow's gonna be red.